Chapter 658. Gu Changa's expression changed slightly at Yin Mei's words. He asked, "What happened to Xian?" Although he had not returned to the Gu family for a long time, he had sent people to keep an eye on the whereabouts of the people around him. Gu Xian had returned to Peach Village after the trip to Mount Kuan. She had gone to a certain place to train according to the request of her masters. Judging from the richness of her luck, there should not be any danger. Therefore, Gu Changa did not pay much attention to it. "I guess Miss Xian might be trapped in a secret realm. I haven't heard anything about her in this period of time," Yin Mei replied. She knew that Gu Xian was very important to Gu Changa, so she paid special attention to this matter. Trapped in a secret realm. Gu Changa was slightly stunned. He had a strange feeling in his heart. How could Gu Xian be trapped in a secret realm? It was obvious that some kind of opportunity that belonged to her had appeared. However, he shook his head and put this matter aside for the time being. Gu Xian should not be in any danger in the short term. After all, her masters were not easy to deal with. Moreover, she still had Tao Yao's mark on her. If any accident happened, with Tao Yao's ability, rescuing her would be a piece of cake. Gu Changa planned to consider this matter after the matter in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was settled. Soon, a few days passed. During this period, a matter that shook the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty also happened. It shocked countless cultivators and living beings. The ministers all trembled in disbelief. A golden letter of challenge flew in from thousands of miles away and unfolded in the sky above the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. A monstrous and terrifying imperial aura appeared. In the letter of challenge, there was only one word that was condensed from ancient characters. It was like the gathering of millions of stars, dazzling and shining in the sky. The battle intent that was displayed caused everyone to tremble in fear. Even the stars in the outer region were trembling, as if they were about to fall. It was obvious that this was from an extraordinary figure who had at least stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. Moreover, judging from his aura, he belonged to the royal family of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. At a time when the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was in chaos, the arrival of a letter of challenge shocked everyone. The various orthodoxies stationed in the imperial capital were also shocked, trying to guess who the culprit was. "It's Yu Tianzheng. After so many years, he still hasn't given up. He actually dares to issue a challenge in front of so many cultivators? Looks like he has a lot of confidence." Many of the ministers in the Great Yu imperial capital had solemn looks in their eyes. They immediately recognized who had written this letter of challenge. Speaking of which, Yu Tianzheng and the current Emperor Yu were brothers and had a very deep relationship. Back when he was fighting for the throne, he was only one move behind and lost. And now, Yu Tianzheng had made a comeback. He even brought a challenge letter with him in front of the various orthodoxies. It seemed like he was going to fight Emperor Yu to the death. Yu Tianzheng actually issued a challenge? Could it be that the chaos during this period is actually related to him? In the imperial palace, an old eunuch with a white beard stood behind Emperor Yu. He looked at the scene with a solemn expression. Soon he reached out with his hand. Hundreds of millions of strands of dragon chi surrounded him and covered the sky. He directly took down the challenge letter in the void. In front of the entire city and countless cultivators, he could not choose to back down. In his opinion, all of this was probably Yu Tianzheng's doing. If he could defeat him openly, he would be able to resolve the chaos in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty. Since Yu Tianzheng wants to die, I'll fulfill his wish. After all these years of hiding, it's time to settle the grudge between us. Emperor Yu laughed coldly. He was extremely confident in his own strength. It was not that he underestimated Yu Tianzheng. But all these years, as the ruler of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, he had mastered many Tao techniques and divine abilities. Especially in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's territory, he could be said to have the right time, place, and people. Even if Yu Tianjing had heaven-defying opportunities, he did not have the slightest chance of winning in front of him. Your Majesty, you still have to be careful. Since Yu Tianjing dares to issue a challenge letter at this time, he must be confident. In this old servant's opinion, you should not underestimate your opponent. It's better to be fully prepared. The old eunuch beside Emperor Yu said softly. Seeing that Emperor Yu did not seem to care much about this, he was slightly worried. I naturally know this, but that Yu Tianjing fellow has always been headstrong and self-opinionated. Now that he dares to issue a challenge to me, he must have arranged everything. It's just right for me to catch him in one fell swoop. Emperor Yu nodded. His eyes were full of confidence as he waved his hand. Seeing this, the old eunuch did not dare to say anything more. The date and location of the challenge letter was 7 days later at the peak of the imperial palace. In his opinion, Yu Tianjing definitely had some confidence to make such a choice when he knew that he did not have the slightest advantage in coming to the imperial palace to fight Emperor Yu to the death. So after leaving the imperial palace, he went straight into the depths of the palace to report this matter to the various old ancestors. A battle for the throne was actually very normal. However, compared to Yu Tianjing, Emperor Yu was more suitable to take the throne. He had assisted several previous emperors, so his judgment was astonishing. This invitation battle was clearly filled with an extremely obvious aura of conspiracy. Someone is going to make a move against Great Yu. Who is it? The old eunuch's figure gradually disappeared into the depths of the imperial palace, entering an extremely dark cemetery. 7 days later, the news of Yu Tianjing and Emperor Yu's battle to the death quickly spread throughout Great Yu's imperial palace, causing a huge commotion. Many cultivators and living beings did not know Yu Tianjing's identity. They only felt that this person was too daring and courting death. Emperor Yu was an invincible figure who controlled an area of the everlasting celestial dynasty. A stomp of his foot could cause a huge earthquake. In the current upper realm, only the sacred lords of the everlasting celestial dynasty and the patriarchs of the everlasting celestial dynasty were qualified to stand side by side with him. Then, who was Yu Tianjing? However, many of the older generation who understood the current battle for the throne of Great Yu celestial dynasty did not think so. When Yu Tianjing was young, he had always been superior to Emperor Yu. If he had not been plotted against by Emperor Yu in the previous battle for the throne, the Great Yu celestial dynasty would have been controlled by him. In terms of cultivation talent, Emperor Yu was not as good as Yu Tianjing. In these few days, a large number of rebel troops gathered from all over Great Yu celestial dynasty. Smoke rose into the sky, and blood qi covered all directions, shattering the clouds as they approached Great Yu's imperial palace. This was an extremely frightening faction. Even some quasi-emperors would frown in fear. However, many people did not notice that within this terrifying army, there was a torrent that was like a demon from hell. The cavalry moved in an orderly manner, and a monstrous, murderous aura filled the air. Along the way, the cultivators trembled in fear as if they had seen a ghost army. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. The battle at Great Yu's imperial palace attracted the attention of various orthodoxies. Every day, a large number of powerful cultivators and living beings rushed from all over to witness this battle with their own eyes. In the face of a battle of this level, the battle between the younger generation was no different from a child's play. It was even worse than playing house. Many cultivators and living beings even felt that a major event was about to happen in Great Yu celestial dynasty that would be recorded in the annals of history. Even in the past, no one dared to challenge the ruler of the celestial dynasty to a battle like this. Chapter 659. 7 days passed in a flash. The imperial capital of Great Yu was bustling with activity today. The mighty army descended outside the city and stood in the clouds. Black fog billowed, and a murderous aura filled the sky. Armored horses galloped, ready to charge into the imperial city at any time. Armies were quickly assembled from all over Great Yu. They held heavenly weapons and wore armor, waiting outside the city walls. Both sides were Great Yu's armies, but they belonged to different people. Many of Great Yu's experts did not want to see the two armies fighting. The best way was to wait for the battle to end and for everything to be settled. After the news spread, countless cultivators swarmed in from all over the ancient cities. They crowded the inns, pavilions, and halls of Great Yu's imperial city and watched from afar. Some supreme cultivators scanned the area with their divine thoughts and were shocked. Today, billions of cultivators gathered in this ancient city. The ancient royal family, the supreme sects, the imperishable orthodoxies, the everlasting families, the celestial dynasties, these towering powers, all had disciples and ancient existences that appeared. It was almost impossible to find any of them in normal times. The ancient street, which was thousands of meters wide, was bustling with people and carriages. Pishio, Tautai, Fire Sparrow, Azure Dragon, these primordial ferocious beasts that were rarely seen could be seen. There were also ancient beasts and flying ships, coming from all over to witness the battle. It was reasonable for the throne of the imperishable celestial dynasty to change hands, but it touched on a secret of Great Yu's celestial dynasty. It could lead to a reversal of the situation and change the situation of the orthodoxies. It was important to take it seriously. Many of Great Yu's ministers had been waiting in various places. They sent experts from the 513 clan to guard the surroundings to prevent people with bad intentions from sneaking in. In addition, many of Great Yu's emperor's concubines and children had also gathered to witness the battle. In their opinion, Emperor Yu was the master of Great Yu's celestial dynasty. He ruled over endless and vast territories, and he could make heaven and earth tremble and tremble. Anyone who dared to provoke him would pay a terrible price and die tragically here. They were already impatient to see the scene of Yu Tianzheng being personally killed by Emperor Yu. That Yu Tianzheng is merely someone who lost to Imperial Father back then. He actually dares to come here and throw away his life. He truly does not know the meaning of death. A young prince who was already showing off his abilities said, full of hatred and disdain for Yu Tianzheng. There were many princes and princesses standing around him. All of them had extraordinary auras. Their bodies contained divine light, and their eyes were brilliant. Their strength was terrifying. However, they didn't say anything. They just silently looked in the direction of the city wall, as if waiting for something. Time passed slowly. The sun set in the west, and the full moon rose in the east. All was silent. The entire imperial capital was shrouded in a layer of hazy, multicolored light. Formation patterns lit up everywhere, resplendent and dazzling. Multicolored light rose into the air, making it look like a city of immortals from legends. Countless gazes fell upon the summit of the imperial capital. All of them held their breaths and didn't dare to say anything. Even the ancient existences of the various imperishable great sects frowned, not saying anything out of fear of disturbing all of this. Cough, cough! But at this moment, at the end of the quiet street, a light cough suddenly sounded, breaking the deathly silence in the surroundings. Many cultivators and living beings subconsciously looked in that direction with astonishment. The people of the ancient royal families, the supreme sects, and the imperishable great sects also shuddered. They thought of something and looked in that direction. Gu Changa, he's here! A group of young Nine Heavens Supremes secretly clenched their fists and tensed up. They felt extremely uneasy. In that direction, a young man in a moon-white robe with a slightly pale face was walking toward them. The beautiful woman beside him was wiping the blood on the corner of his mouth with a clean white handkerchief. Almost all the cultivators and living beings on the street subconsciously took a few steps back when they saw this. They didn't dare to block the way and quickly made way for him. Many people had only heard that Gu Changa was severely injured and his origin force was damaged. They had never seen him in person. And now, no one had expected that he would actually show up at this time to watch this battle. Even the ancient existences of the various great sects were startled. They suddenly felt uneasy, no longer as casual as before. Even though Gu Changa was injured and even coughed up blood in front of everyone, no one dared to underestimate him. Under the circumstances, Gu Changa definitely still had the strength to kill those who had achieved the Tao. Looks like we've come at the right time. The battle at the top of the royal city hasn't started yet. Seeing the situation in front of him, Gu Changa seemed to be a little surprised. He smiled at Yin Mei, who was next to him. If young master came a little later, wouldn't you have missed it? Yin Mei was wearing a white robe. Her hair was like clouds. She pursed her lips into a charming smile. Her beauty was breathtaking. Many young men looked at her in amazement. They were secretly envious of her. Young Master Changa has come at the right time. How can young Master Changa miss out on the battle of the royal city? Seeing this, the supreme experts of the various great sects all showed themselves. They invited Gu Changa to stand with them at the highest point of the pavilion. They could watch the battle to their heart's content from the most advantageous position. Before this, they were only hiding in the dark and did not reveal their true forms. No one had expected Gu Changa to suddenly show up. Everyone knew that he was currently injured. If someone suddenly attacked in a while, then wouldn't they become the target of suspicion because they were hiding in the dark? This scene made many young Supremes feel bitter. Then they were at a loss and in despair. They were still secretly chasing after Gu Changa, but even the ancestor-level figures behind them had to be cautious and uneasy in front of Gu Changa. Looks like the two sides haven't shown themselves yet. Gu Changa stood at the highest point of the pavilion. As the night wind blew, his robes fluttered. He seemed to surpass an immortal. He seemed to be a little surprised. It's time. Looks like Yu Tian doesn't dare to show himself. At this moment, as his words fell, a dignified voice suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. A tall figure wearing a purple gold crown and a purple gold dragon robe appeared on the city wall. He slowly walked over. Behind him, there seemed to be millions of imperial draconic chi intertwining. They resonated continuously, emitting a terrifying aura that shook heaven and earth. All the cultivators and living beings felt a huge pressure coming. They couldn't help but tremble in fear. It was as if they were facing the collapse of mountains and seas and the collapse of the universe. They simply wanted to prostrate themselves in that direction and prostrate themselves in worship. Even those who had achieved the Tao frowned. Their faces were filled with uncertainty. They felt that the current Emperor Yu seemed to have already reached the Tao realm and not the quasi-Emperor realm. Emperor Yu finally showed himself. He casually walked over slowly and landed on the peak of the royal city. Millions of draconic chi surrounded him. Heaven and earth resonated. Many strange phenomena intertwined and resonated. It was powerful and terrifying. He was in an invincible position. However, many ancient existences still felt that there was another powerful force behind Emperor Yu. They guessed that there were probably many old antiques of the great Yu celestial dynasty hiding in the dark. However, they didn't show themselves. They planned to make a move only when some kind of unforeseen accident happened. It seems that Emperor Yu looks relaxed, but he's also quite cautious in secret. Many ancient existences of the imperishable orthodoxies looked over and thought so. Boom! With the appearance of Emperor Yu, the originally quiet great Yu celestial dynasty suddenly became lively. Many officials were excited. They were shouting that His Majesty was invincible and would definitely suppress the enemy. In the eyes of many cultivators and living beings, the great Yu celestial dynasty under Emperor Yu's rule was thriving day by day. The sudden chaos at this time was obviously Yu Tianjing's doing. They naturally hoped that Emperor Yu could eliminate this former competitor and return peace to the great Yu celestial dynasty. It's time. Yu Tianjing, where are you? Emperor Yu stood on the peak of the royal city. His eyes were deep as he lightly shouted. At this moment, his essence, chi, and spirit had already reached a peak. There were faint signs of breaking through the shackles. Many of his subjects were whispering his name. The power of faith gathered, and his strength was even more terrifying. It could be said that he was at the right time, place, and people. How could Yu Tianjing fight against him? It seems that tonight's battle is already destined. Under such circumstances, it's hard to say whether we can defeat Emperor Yu. Moreover, he still has many tricks up his sleeve and the national weapon in his hand. This is a battle without any suspense. A few ancient existences shook their heads. They felt that this battle was already destined. It was a wise decision for Yu Tianjing not to appear. The terrifying army outside the great Yu celestial dynasty would probably be destroyed or subdued very soon. However, there might be some accidents. That Yu Tianjing doesn't look like a fool. If he dares to challenge at this time, he should have some confidence. The other ancient existence didn't agree with this. He had lived for a very long time, and his eyelashes were hollow. That was why he faintly felt that there was an indescribable strangeness to this arranged battle. Things might not be that simple. We just need to wait and see. Young Lord Chang'e, what do you think about this? The other ancient existences all looked at Gu Chang'e, wanting to know his thoughts. Gu Chang'e seemed to have just returned to his senses when he heard this. He smiled in surprise and said, "No matter what the result is, this is an internal matter of the great Yu celestial dynasty. As outsiders, I feel that it's better for us to watch our words carefully." Boom! Not long after Gu Chang'e finished speaking, a monstrous, murderous aura suddenly soared into the sky outside the great Yu celestial dynasty. A terrifying figure with an aura that covered the heavens and the earth, collapsing the clouds and shattering the stars in the outer region, was striding toward them. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes flashed with cold lightning. He was like an invincible emperor, with a golden, heavenly blade in his hand. He directly split open the array patterns outside the city walls and charged all the way here. "Yu Tianyong, it's time for us to settle this. Today either you die or I die." Yu Tianjing finally appeared, coldly looking at Emperor Yu as he spoke. Yu Tianyong was Emperor Yu's real name. It had been many years since anyone called him by this name. Chapter 660. Countless gazes gathered at the peak of the imperial capital. Everyone looked at this place and felt incomparably excited. "Today, I'll take your life." The main character of the battle, Yu Tianjing, finally appeared. Cold lightning flashed in his eyes, and his hair danced in the wind. A matchless aura floated and filled every inch of the surrounding void. He walked in the void and charged over with large strides. His momentum was so terrifying that it even caused the surrounding space to tremble. All the cultivators and living beings felt a wave of fear. Their souls seemed to be shaking, and some were trembling in shock. Such a terrifying aura that overflowed the heavens and caused the earth to cave in. Compared to Emperor Yu, it was not inferior at all. In the eyes of some ancient existences, Yu Tianjing's strength was definitely stronger than Emperor Yu's. After all, Emperor Yu was able to reach his current level largely because of the great Yu celestial dynasty's faith and the uniqueness of the imperial capital. If it was a fair battle, Emperor Yu would definitely not be Yu Tianjing's match. You really dare to come and disturb the order of the great Yu celestial dynasty. Even if the blood of the imperial family flows in your body, I can't let you live today. Emperor Yu didn't expect Yu Tianjing to actually dare to show up. His face revealed a bit of coldness, and the image of the Son of Heaven appeared above his head. 9 dragons soared into the sky, and immortal phoenixes bowed. He pressed forward, and millions of Tao Emperor's draconic chi intertwined, emitting a terrifying momentum that could collapse mountains and rivers. It was as if there was a matchless true dragon that was about to awaken. "Then you can try. You once used vicious means to seize my throne. Today it's time to settle the score." Yu Tianjing said coldly, and killing intent and coldness pervaded his body. The golden long blade slashed down, and it was as if a majestic golden rain had poured over, covering everything. It was peerlessly powerful. In just an instant, countless runes and Tao laws intertwined and exploded, bursting out with dazzling brilliance that surged and surged. If it wasn't for the powerful formation patterns around the imperial capital, just the aftermath of the battle would have caused this place to be in a terrible situation. "You're courting death," Emperor Yu said coldly. In terms of appearance, the two were extremely similar. Other than their different temperaments, it was even difficult to distinguish them. But now, they were fighting to the death here to settle the grudge from hundreds of years ago. Both Emperor Yu and Yu Tianzheng wanted to kill their opponent. Boom! Endless radiance collided, interweaving, resplendent, and terrifying. It was as if great stars were falling from the heavens one after another, exploding here, about to shatter everything. Regardless of whether it was Emperor Yu or Yu Tianzheng, at this moment, both of them were truly enraged. They wanted to quickly kill the other party. "You were once defeated by me. Even if you used evil tricks to seize the throne, you are still a clown," Yu Tianzheng coldly said. Golden blood energy rushed into the heavens, making him look like an unrivaled human emperor. The golden heavenly blade was condensed from endless symbols, its sharpness dazzling. Every slash caused the heavens and earth to tremble as if they were about to explode. Terrifying energy surged out like a vast ocean, wanting to shatter this place. "There's no point in saying more. Today, I'll kill you right here and now." Emperor Yu's expression was deep and calm, with the imperial draconic aura around him. He was naturally in an invincible position. Endless energy surged towards him and turned into all kinds of divine weapons. Giant cauldrons, divine bells, heavenly axes, they all attacked Yu Tianzheng. This was an incomparably earth-shattering battle. Although both of them had yet to enter the realm of Tao attainment, the shockwaves from their battle did not belong to cultivators of this realm. The place became chaotic. The surrounding cultivators and living beings could not see what was happening, other than those who had attained the Tao attainment. The rest were not qualified to watch the battle. Great Yu's imperial capital was extremely special. If it was any other place, this level of shockwaves would have already spread to the outer realms, shattering countless stars. No wonder Yu Tianzheng has the guts to come here alone and challenge Emperor Yu to a duel. People from various orthodoxies were closely watching this, feeling that they could not underestimate Yu Tianzheng. Guchanga seemed to smile faintly. "Looks like there will be a good show to watch later." The ancient existence of Heavenly Emperor Mountain was puzzled. He said, "Young Lord Changa, what do you mean?" Although Yu Tianjing's strength is not simple, in Great Yu's imperial capital, even those who have attained the Tao attainment will have their hands and feet tied, unable to display their true strength. He is definitely not Emperor Yu's match. "Is that so?" Guchanga watched all this with a faint smile on his face. Mei, who was beside him, served him tea. He took a sip and sighed. "It's like a needle against an awn." "Young master, do you think this battle will be unexpected?" Mei chuckled and massaged his shoulders. Guchanga shook his head and glanced at the ancient existences around him. He said, "Of course there won't be any surprises." After setting up the situation and causing so many orthodoxies to fall into his trap, how could he allow any accidents to happen? It's the end of the world. It's going to be the end of the world. The peak of the imperial capital was dazzling. It was as if the sky was going to be destroyed. Many young cultivators had never seen such a scene. They were so scared that their faces turned white and could not help but scream. The current scene was too frightening. Yu Tianjing's hair danced wildly in the wind. His methods were shocking, and he directly used the stars in the sky as weapons. Patches of starlight covered the sky and the earth. The sky had completely turned into a sea of stars. All the blazing lights finally gathered into a river and entered the top of his head. Then it hit Emperor Yu in front of him with overwhelming power. Emperor Yu's expression changed slightly. The secret treasure he took out was almost unable to withstand the power, and it let out creaking sounds. However, he was not an ordinary person. Dragon chi surged around his body as if it was about to condense. He opened his mouth and roared, shattering all tangible objects. All of the starlight shattered in front of him, turning into ashes. Yu Tianzheng is amazing. He has great courage. He hasn't even taken that step, but he can already use celestial bodies like the stars in the sky as weapons in his palm. It's really amazing. Some ancient existences exclaimed. They felt that if Yu Tianzheng were to grow a little more, he would definitely be able to enter the realm of Tao attainment and become a peerless existence. Compared to him, Emperor Yu relied too much on the dragon chi here. He relied too much on external objects. Your Majesty, there is no need for you to take action. Since he is a remnant, it should be us who take action and kill him. Just as Emperor Yu and Yu Tianzheng were about to fight to the death, a few cold voices suddenly sounded in the surrounding darkness. A few blurry figures appeared. They wore black robes and seemed to be hidden in the dark fog. They couldn't be seen clearly. They walked over in large strides, like envoys hidden in the depths of hell. They were emitting shocking killing intent. Even the Tao attainment experts were slightly frightened. Their spirits trembled slightly. They felt that these figures were not simple, and their origins were extremely mysterious. Yu Tianyong, you actually arranged for people to hide in the dark, but this is really your shameless style. Seeing this scene, Yu Tianzheng, who was fighting Emperor Yu, changed his expression. He didn't expect Emperor Yu to be so sinister. He didn't keep his promise and sent so many experts to hide in the dark. The countless cultivators in the surroundings were also in an uproar. They were extremely shocked. Obviously, they didn't expect that at such a critical moment, there would be people coming to destroy this arranged battle. However, this was Great Yu's imperial capital, so they didn't dare to say anything. So His Majesty actually arranged such a backup plan. It seems that it's foolproof. We worried too much. Many of Great Yu's ministers were shocked. Then they reacted. They felt that Emperor Yu had arranged for these people to be foolproof, although doing so would indeed lose some prestige, as long as they could kill Yu Tianzheng, who would dare to say anything. It seems that this old servant worried too much. His Majesty has already arranged for this. The old eunuch, who had been following Emperor Yu, breathed a sigh of relief. For this matter, he specially went to the depths of the clan and asked a few old emperors. In the end, the old emperors said that this was an internal matter of the imperial family. They couldn't interfere and break the rules of the imperial family. Whether it was Yu Tianzheng or Emperor Yu, they were both their descendants and had their blood flowing in their veins. As for who became the emperor, it was the same to them. It wouldn't affect their status and identity. However, Emperor Yu, who was fighting Yu Tianzheng, frowned. He was also puzzled. Although he was somewhat unscrupulous, he didn't need to go to this extent to deal with Yu Tianzheng. Moreover, he was very confident in his own strength. Therefore, he didn't arrange for others to hide in the dark. In his opinion, this should be arranged by the few old emperors of the imperial family. They were worried that something would happen to him. Therefore, he quickly put this matter to the back of his mind and focused on dealing with Yu Tianzheng. The sudden appearance of a few black-clothed men instantly rushed over and joined the battle. In an instant, the already chaotic scene became even more blurred. It was also at this moment that the world darkened. A thick fog floated in from nowhere and covered the area. It even began to devour this place. All the cultivators and living beings' expressions changed. They felt that something was wrong. Chills ran all over their bodies, and they retreated into the distance. What happened? Where did this fog come from? Is someone going to attack? Many people were shocked and didn't know what was going on. In the highest pavilion, many ancient existences shouted coldly. They reached out with their hands, wanting to disperse the fog. However, in the next moment, a dazzling sword light pierced through the fog. It directly shattered their hands and slashed towards them. "How dare you?" Some people's expressions changed. They were extremely furious. Their eyes were cold and murderous. They didn't expect that someone would attack at this juncture. However, what made them even more shocked was that the target of these sword lights was actually Guchanga, who was at the side. "Young master," May exclaimed. Her small face lost color and was a little pale. "Oh no! Someone is going to attack the heavily injured Guchanga." The great Yu Celestial dynasty was really bold. They actually dared to do this in front of everyone. Many ancient existences were shocked. They didn't expect that someone would be so bold as to disregard the consequences and kill the heavily injured Guchanga. Their first reaction was that the great Yu Celestial dynasty did it. After all, those black-clothed men didn't just want to kill Yu Tianzheng. They also wanted to kill Guchanga. If something were to happen to Guchanga, they might be implicated as well and get into trouble. "You actually dare to attack me?" Guchanga raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he was extremely surprised. He rolled up his sleeves, and the void in front of him trembled and became blurry. Then the sword lights that were in front of him were all broken into pieces. Begging for fresh flowers, zero. This was a vast and mighty force. It was the miraculous use of the laws of space, and it could sever mountains and rivers and split the universe. These people are really crazy. They don't care about the consequences. Crazy, they're all crazy. The ancient existences all had ugly expressions on their faces. They felt that the situation had become troublesome. After all, no one had a way to clear their suspicions. Who could guarantee that the power behind him didn't make a move against Guchanga? Immediately, someone disappeared from where he was and directly passed through the fog in front of him. He wanted to capture the group of black-clothed people and interrogate them about their origins. This sudden scene was too shocking. Many of the cultivators' faces were still pale, and they felt a lingering fear. They actually dared to attack the heavily injured young Master Changa. Could it be that they really intend to kill him at this time? Tonight's matter will definitely shake the entire upper realm. It's hard to imagine. Many cultivators were shocked and had a premonition that something big was about to happen. This fog swept over from an unknown place. It was incomparably dense and contained terrifying laws that could blind the 5 senses of cultivators. Many people couldn't see the scene in front of them clearly and could only retreat into the distance. "I'd like to see who dares to attack me." Guchanga's face seemed to be cold. He looked in the direction where the black-clothed people disappeared, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Then he stepped out from the pavilion and quickly chased after them, disappearing into the fog. Clang! The peak of the dynasty was now in chaos. Although Emperor Yu was shocked, he couldn't care less about what was happening around him. He shouted in a low voice, and a light flashed between his eyebrows. A small golden sword about an inch long shot out and slashed towards Yu Tianjing. It was peerlessly sharp, and thousands of strands of chaotic dragon chi fell. It was extremely terrifying. In the distance, Yu Tianzheng let out a long roar and used the secret technique Guchanga gave him. He began to burn, and his skin, flesh, bones, and blood became bright and dazzling. In particular, a fiery red star bell flew out from between his eyebrows and collided with the path sword. A blazing light exploded between the two and swept in all directions. The surrounding buildings and palaces were reduced to ashes as if they were made of paper. The fog was thick and surging. Everyone had already hidden further away, afraid that they would be affected. They were extremely shocked. Clang! The sound of the yellow bell reverberated through heaven and earth. The fiery red bell shone brightly and quickly enlarged. It hung above Yu Tianjing's head and hummed slowly. This star bell was a quasi-emperor weapon. It was even forming and interweaving emperor patterns. It was extremely terrifying. On the opposite side, Emperor Yu's body was surrounded by imperial qi. He stood with his sword in hand. The path sword that flew out from between his eyebrows was dozens of feet long. He was like an invincible emperor with divine might. This sword was made from the chaotic divine rock and could naturally attract chaotic qi. It was engraved with runes that gathered Yu's fate. Now, it had turned into a shocking path sword that could cut through anything. He roared and slashed with the chaotic path sword in his hand, sweeping in all directions. At this moment, his hair was flying wildly, and his eyes were terrifying. He was like a human emperor who could devour the universe. Boom! Yu Tianzheng spat out blood and flew backward, almost exploding. He could only face it head-on. The bell above his head was also made of divine material. It was made of Daluo silver essence. Although it was not as good as the chaotic path sword, it was still extremely terrifying. Now that he used the secret technique, his entire body was dyed red by the crimson light. It was dazzling. The two of them finally used their most terrifying techniques. They destroyed the void in an instant, turning it into a vacuum. Poof! Yu Tianjing's face turned pale. Even with the path technique that Gu Chang'e gave him, he was no match for the current Emperor Yu. The quasi-emperor weapon cracked, and terrifying cracks appeared. The chaotic path sword was the national weapon of the Yu celestial dynasty. In some ways, it was comparable to an immortal weapon. Although it had not fully recovered, its power was boundless and mysterious. It was difficult to resist. You should understand the difference between you and me. Emperor Yu looked at him coldly. His entire body was glowing. The chaotic path sword was about to slash down and kill Yu Tianzheng. Yu Tianzheng was covered in blood. He was on the verge of death. He was defeated and looked like a lamp that had run out of oil. He laughed bitterly. He did not expect to be defeated, even after using everything he had, including the secret technique that Gu Chang'e gave him. It was not that he was weaker than Emperor Yu, but he was inferior in terms of weapon. However, in the next moment, his eyes widened in disbelief. He even suspected that he had seen wrongly. Young Master Gu, Yu Tianzheng was about to lose all hope. However, he did not expect a slender figure to slowly walk over. Although he was in the fog, there was a sense of transcendence. He could not help but cry out. Hope rekindled in his heart. What a piece of trash! Gu Chang'e looked at the defeated Yu Tianzheng and shook his head. His eyes were calm and emotionless. It's you. Why are you here? Looking at Gu Chang'e, who was walking over, Emperor Yu's expression changed drastically. There was a sense of fear on his face. He was no longer as calm and indifferent as before. He really didn't expect that Gu Chang'e would appear at such a critical moment. Wasn't he seriously injured and was about to be killed? Gu Chang'e had no intention of explaining to him. His eyes were deep and cold. From today onwards, you will have a change of master. Chapter 661. From today onwards, Great Yu will have a new master. Emperor Yu's expression changed drastically. His entire body was filled with coldness, and he felt his limbs turn cold. He stood in the thick fog, not daring to move at all. He looked at Gu Chang'e, who was slowly walking over. His soul seemed to be frozen, and he felt like he was suffocating. It was simply horrifying. Before this, he had never doubted Gu Chang'e, and even wanted his daughter, Euphia, to get closer to him. However, he never expected that Gu Chang'e would appear at this moment and say such words. Could it be that those black-clothed men who attacked Gu Chang'e just now were also arranged by him? Even the matter of him being heavily injured was actually just a disguise to deceive others? Thinking of these things, Emperor Yu's scalp went numb, and he couldn't help but tremble. Even as the master of the everlasting celestial dynasty, he was also terrified. What kind of terrifying method was this to secretly control everything? I didn't expect that the one behind you was actually Gu Chang'e. It seems that the recent chaos was all because of you? You're the mastermind behind the scenes? You actually hid so deeply. I really didn't expect. Gu Chang'e, You're the biggest disaster in this world. After all, Emperor Yu wasn't an ordinary person. After laughing bitterly, he quickly calmed himself down and looked at Yu Tianzheng and Gu Chang'e. He knew that with Gu Chang'e's character, since he dared to appear so openly, he definitely had nothing to fear and wasn't worried that he would escape. In tonight's battle, he probably wouldn't survive. Gu Chang'e's strength was so strong that he could even fight against the will of the heavenly Tao that was close to immortal. Killing him was as easy as flipping his hand. Unless he could completely awaken the nation armament in his hand, there was no way he could contend against Gu Chang'e. Looks like you're not stupid. Great, you should have been handed over to me long ago. Yu Tianzheng quickly swallowed a few divine medicines to recover his injuries. His body shone brightly, and his aura quickly recovered. He couldn't help but sneer. Gu Chang'e appeared here. In his opinion, everything was a foregone conclusion. There would not be any accidents. Even if Emperor Yu still had a lot of tricks up his sleeve, he would still die here, his blood splattering across the sky. You've really taken refuge with Gu Chang'e a long time ago. Are you planning to hand over Great Yu's territory to him? Hearing those words, Emperor Yu's face was filled with rage. His tone was somewhat resentful, but more than that, it was filled with unwillingness. If not for Gu Chang'e's interference in this battle, he would have already killed Yu Tianjin by now. Why would there be so many problems? In the end, all of this was because he was too stupid. He was played in the palm of Gu Chang'e's hand and did not know that Gu Chang'e was plotting against him. Gu Chang'e's eyes were deep and cold. He gently shook his head and said, "Do you want to commit suicide, or do you want me to do it?" He should have believed Fei Ye's words a long time ago. Emperor Yu's expression was unsightly. He was very regretful as he recalled Yu Fei Ye's warning to be careful of Gu Chang'e. Since Gu Chang'e was pretending to be heavily injured, then the things that happened in the Sword Profound world were probably a lot of secrets. How the Das of various races were buried had also become a mystery. It's useless to say more. Today I'll kill you. No one can save you today. Yu Tianzheng roared furiously. The blood and qi in his body burned and boiled again. Endless runes appeared as he was about to attack Emperor Yu again. Boom! This place exploded once again. The boundless fluctuations were simply like a reenactment of this world. Kill! I'll fight it out with you today. Emperor Yu knew that he would not be able to escape death today. With a roar, endless blood light rushed out. He planned to use all his strength to revive the Tao-suppressing sword. The endless sword light seemed to split open the darkness and spread out, directly slashing towards the sky. In the depths of the sky, chaotic dragon qi filled the air. The Tao sword emitted endless light. Its edge was faintly discernible, rising and falling. It was like the qi of the sovereign that suppressed the creation of heaven and earth. It descended, wanting to protect Emperor Yu. This was the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's nation treasure. Its refinement was extremely special and was not inferior to immortal artifacts. Now, the deity within was awakened by Emperor Yu's blood. It was brilliant and covered the surroundings. It was about to come out, kill all enemies, and suppress the world. Buzz! However, in the next moment, an ancient and mysterious rune flew out from the void. The power of the great Tao filled the air. It was like a sky-devouring black hole, directly causing the nation's suppressing sword to tremble. The movement of the deity that was about to awaken also gradually subsided. What exactly is this? Emperor Yu was horrified. His voice was filled with fear. No matter what method he used, it was futile to awaken the deity within. This method was simply mysterious and unimaginable. Looks like you're about to die, and you're still thinking of resisting? You don't know the difference between life and death. Gu Chang'e's voice was cold. He raised his palm and extended it. His eyes were deep and seemed to contain a vast galaxy, bottomless. The void in front of him suddenly collapsed. Endless astral winds rushed out and chaotic light exploded, shattering all tangible things. Yu Tianzheng felt a chill all over his body. He felt that he was as insignificant as dust. If he did not dodge, he would definitely be shocked to death by the aftermath of this palm. Was this Gu Changa's true strength? He was incomparably terrified. He deeply understood what despair was. Emperor Yu's courage was torn apart. He roared angrily. Billions of strands of dragon qi circled around him. The sea of laws was boiling, and the pattern on the sleeve of his robe was about to awaken. It was an ancient treasure that was about to appear to resist this attack. However, facing Gu Changa's palm, it was still powerless and pale. It collapsed in an instant, turning into dust that filled the sky. This was an absolute suppression and gap, like the difference between immortals and mortals. Boom! The sky was filled with bloody light, but it was quickly engulfed by the surrounding fog and was annihilated. Emperor Yu was incomparably desperate. Under this palm, even if he used all his means, he would still explode into pieces. His body and soul would be destroyed. Even his divine soul was turned into ashes and no longer existed. As the master of the great Yu celestial dynasty, he had many life-saving treasures. Especially with the protection of the national suppressing sword, he was in an invincible position. Unfortunately, he encountered Gu Changa. This battle was already destined, and there would not be the slightest accident. Thank you for your help, young Master Gu. Yu Tianjing's face was red because of excitement. His whole body was trembling nonstop. Although he did not personally kill Emperor Yu, to personally witness the death of Emperor Yu in front of him, this was already enough for him. After so many years of hatred, it finally came to an end. Gu Changa, on the other hand, did not show much of a change in expression. Casually killing Emperor Yu would not have any effect on him. Apart from the influence of his identity, it was actually no different from crushing an ant. Although Emperor Yu had the national suppressing sword, he was still a quasi-emperor and had not stepped into the ranks of the Tao. Don't let me down for the rest of the matter. Gu Changa glanced at Yu Tianzheng indifferently. His figure quickly disappeared, as if he had never appeared. The chaos of the great Yu celestial dynasty was only the beginning, and he was only secretly promoting everything. With Emperor Yu's death, there would be endless disasters everywhere. It was also an opportunity for Yu Tianzheng to establish his power and take control of all directions. Apart from Yu Tianzheng, no one knew what had happened tonight, and even less that Emperor Yu had died tragically at his hands. To the outside world, Gu Changa was currently injured and was even attacked by an unknown black-clothed man. How could it be related to the matter of killing Emperor Yu? No one would make any guesses about him. Young Master Gu, please rest assured. Leave the rest to me. Yu Tianzheng nodded seriously and said in the direction that Gu Changa had left. Then he fervently glanced at the many things left in front of him. With Emperor Yu's death, the national suppressing sword and other items left behind naturally fell into his hands. After all, he and Emperor Yu cultivated the same cultivation technique, so he could naturally control this sword. Therefore, other cultivators, even those who had attained the Tao, could forget about taking away the national weapon of the great Yu celestial dynasty. Gu Changa would definitely not take these things away. On one hand, he did not lack them. On the other hand, if he took these things away, it would very likely expose that he was the culprit. The disadvantages outweighed the advantages, and the losses outweighed the gains. That's for the best. It seems that those black-clothed men were arranged by young Master Gu. This way it will help me. Many people will definitely guess that it was arranged by Emperor Yu. The dead tell no tales. Yu Tianjing's gaze slowly swept through the fog below with a cold smile on his face. The ripples of the battle here had long been wiped out by Gu Changa. Therefore, even if those who had attained the Tao used a secret technique to trace back, they would not be able to find anything. This way, it would give everyone the misconception that he had used some kind of terrifying method to kill Emperor Yu. Chi, The fog was still spreading in all directions, surging and tumbling violently. No one knew where it came from, but it covered the sky of the imperial capital, blinding the five senses of the cultivators. At this time, even those who had attained the Tao could not see the scene clearly, and they were inexplicably shocked. The other cultivators had long felt that they had fallen into darkness, and they could not see their own fingers in front of them. They only wanted to escape far away, and they had no idea what was happening. However, when Emperor Yu fell, there was still a strange phenomenon, and a rain of blood fell from the depths of the sky. Many terrifying scenes were reflected in the sky above Great Yu. Gods and demons wept together, immortals and Buddhas kowtowed, and the stars were destroyed and the moon sank. As the emperor of this generation of Great Yu, his life was closely related to the fate and faith of the billions of cultivators in the Great Yu celestial dynasty. The implications were simply unimaginable. At this moment, countless cultivators in the imperial capital were stunned, and they even suspected that what they were seeing was an illusion. All the princes and princesses were also stunned, and their heads buzzed. This, how is this possible? Did His Majesty fall? Some of the ministers who had regained their senses were stunned, and their voices were trembling with fear and sadness. They could not believe that all this was real. In their opinion, there was no suspense in this battle, and even Emperor Yu could easily kill Yu Tianjin. Moreover, Emperor Yu had a backup plan. How could he fall? For a moment, the imperial capital of Great Yu was filled with cries of grief. No one dared to believe that their invincible emperor had fallen in this battle, killed by his competitor of hundreds of years. His life and death were gone, and his body and soul were destroyed. Many people were crying out in extreme sorrow, and some of them almost fainted. The cultivators of the various orthodoxies were also shocked, and their emotions were incomparably complicated. Who would have thought that the result of this battle would be like this? How could Imperial Father have fallen? This is impossible. Euphia's face was pale, and her 5 fingers were clenched so tightly that a crisp sound was heard. Emperor Yu was extremely selfish and only valued the interests of the imperial family, and used her as a bargaining chip. However, he was still her father. Now that he had fallen, it made her dizzy, and she almost lost her balance. Chapter 662. This night was destined to not be a peaceful one for the Great Yu celestial dynasty. Emperor Yu's death was felt by the heavens and earth. An endless rain of blood fell from the sky, bringing with it endless sorrow and death. In the imperial capital, all the cultivators and living beings were crying. They couldn't believe that this was real. Emperor Yu was the master of the Great Yu celestial dynasty. He had billions of dragon qi in his body, and his strength was unimaginable. How could he have fallen here? However, this was the truth. It happened in front of everyone, and it couldn't be changed. At this time, many forces and orthodoxies felt that something unexpected had happened. Otherwise, with Emperor Yu's means and strength, he wouldn't have died so easily. However, the fog in the Great Yu celestial dynasty was so thick that everyone couldn't see their surroundings clearly. Some of the older generation tried to deduce the origin of the fog, but they suffered a backlash in the next moment. Their expressions changed drastically, and they spat out blood. They were sent flying, and their souls were almost destroyed. Unbelievable! Who set this up and attacked the Great Yu celestial dynasty? If we investigate, it will cause great terror and destroy both body and soul. The faces of those from the older generation were pale, and they were filled with terror and lingering fear. They really didn't dare to imagine who had the guts to scheme against the Great Yu celestial dynasty, which was immortal and ancient, since it had existed until now. The Great Yu celestial dynasty will probably be in chaos during this period. The higher-ups of various orthodoxies sighed softly. They planned to leave this place before the water was muddy. 17-inch Yu Tianyong is already dead. You should give up. At this time, a loud laugh rang through the sky. At the peak of the imperial capital, Yu Tianjin walked out slowly with blood on his body and disheveled hair. Although he was heavily injured, his aura frightened everyone, and they couldn't help but retreat. The nation-suppressing sword is in his hands. A minister recognized the chaos Taoist sword in Yu Tianjing's hand and said with a trembling voice, "This was the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's nation-suppressing weapon. It was formed by gathering fate and faith, and it could suppress the dynasty's foundation. If it was fully recovered, it could overturn millions of miles of territory. Such a nation-suppressing weapon could only be used by the master of the great Yu Celestial Dynasty. Now that it had fallen into Yu Tianjing's hands, it clearly explained the situation of that battle. This caused many cultivators who held the last strand of hope in their hearts to turn pale and lose, completely extinguishing that strand of hope. If Emperor Yu hadn't fallen, how would he allow this weapon to land in Yu Tianjing's hands? Kill him and avenge his majesty." In front of the imperial capital, there were ministers whose eyes were red as they roared in anger. They ordered their subordinates behind them to take action and kill Yu Tianjing. In another direction, a large number of soldiers also appeared. Their silver armor was dazzling, and they were like celestial soldiers and generals. They surged over with murderous intent. At this moment, the entire Great Yu Empire was in complete chaos. There were shouts and murderous cries everywhere. Even some of the princes could not help but roar as they stepped forward, wanting to avenge their father. However, Yu Tianjing had clearly anticipated all of this. With a cold laugh, he crushed the jade talisman in his hand. Outside the imperial capital, shouts of war resounded into the heavens. The great army that had arrived a long time ago stirred on divine rainbows and great mists as they rushed over. They were like an unstoppable flood as they engulfed everything. Apart from that, the backup plan that Yu Tianjing had set up over the years was finally revealed. Many of Emperor Yu's loyal subjects, in the eyes of many, turned against him at this moment, killing the many soldiers within the imperial capital. Such a scene shocked everyone. Emperor Yu is dead. A new emperor should be appointed. Emperor Yu has lost his virtue. We should support the new emperor. Many ministers shouted. Even a general who was in charge of the military had secretly pledged allegiance to Yu Tianjing. For a moment, there were battles and killings everywhere. No one was spared. Some cultivators and living beings who did not manage to escape in time were also swept in. Why is the imperial court's formation runes and restrictions not activated? At this moment, Euphia and the others who were standing in front of the imperial palace finally realized an extremely serious matter. Their expressions changed drastically. Since the great Yu Celestial Dynasty had existed until now, there were countless formation runes and restrictions engraved in the imperial capital. Because of the existence of these formation runes and restrictions, even if the other imperishable orthodoxies attacked, the imperial capital could be said to be impregnable. However, today, all of the formation runes and restrictions seem to have fallen silent. It seems that he has been preparing all of this for a long time. The person in charge of maintaining the formation runes has also pledged allegiance to him. How could Yu Tianjing have such a method? There must be someone else behind him. Euphia's expression turned cold as she came to a realization. While the imperial capital of the great Yu Celestial Dynasty was in chaos due to the great battle, the ultimate powerhouses of various orthodoxies who were chasing after the men in black also sensed that something was amiss and stopped where they were. This place was already outside the boundaries of the imperial capital of the great Yu Celestial Dynasty. It was a desolate place with stars hanging high in the sky. The vast galaxy surged, and the surroundings were filled with fog. In the sky, one could even see the stars moving slowly, and there was a majestic aura fluctuating. This was a desolate galaxy, and there were many uninhabited planets around it that lacked vitality. Why do I feel like something is wrong? Those men in black fled really quickly. I can't even catch up to them. An ultimate powerhouse from the heavenly Emperor Mountain frowned as he stood in the sky. With his strength as a Taoist, it was easy for him to cross the galaxy with just a single step. However, he lost track of those men in black very quickly. He had no idea where they had fled to. This kind of speed really made him surprised and bewildered. After cultivating for millions of years, his intuition was very accurate and had even saved his life a few times. Hence, he quickly sensed that something was amiss. Those men in black were obviously going to take Yu Tianjing's life. But why did they start to flee after killing Gu Chang'e? If they were real assassins, even if they failed to kill and fled, they would not have left behind such a big commotion. It was as if they were purposely luring them to come here and kill them. Oh no, we've fallen into their trap. The ultimate powerhouse from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain's expression changed, and an endless chill suddenly appeared. The real purpose of this group of men in black was perhaps not to kill Gu Chang'e, but to use this opportunity to draw all of them out. As for the purpose of luring us out, could it be that they want to ambush and kill us? The ultimate powerhouse from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain quickly figured it all out. His boundless divine sense swept out like a surging ocean, about to drown this galaxy. Seems like there are still smart people. You actually sensed it. A faint voice suddenly rang out in this silent star field. It's you. How is that possible? Weren't you heavily injured? The expression of the ultimate powerhouse from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain changed again. His eyes widened as he looked in that direction in disbelief, revealing a bit of fear. A man in white slowly walked over, neither fast nor slow. His sparkling hair casually draped over his shoulders. His eyes were like the sea. His body was as clear as jade, and he could be described as an immortal. It was Gu Chang'e. His walking speed was not fast, but the space seemed to shrink under his feet. In an instant, he crossed the endless mountains and seas. So that's how it is. You are not injured at all. Everything was arranged by you. The ultimate powerhouse from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain stared at the flawless man in front of him, his voice trembling slightly. It was completely different from the pale and weak appearance from before. The current Gu Chang'e was extraordinary. His skin was like jade and his appearance was flawless, causing all the women in the heavens to be jealous. His figure was tall, his black hair danced in the wind, and his entire body flowed with treasure light. His entire body was one with the universe, as if he was standing in the endless celestial domain. This appearance, no matter how one looked at it, didn't look like he was injured. The ultimate powerhouse from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain felt extremely vigilant and uneasy. Of course I am not injured. In this world, there is no one who can injure me. Gu Chang'e's expression did not change. He only shook his head lightly. The person behind Yu Tianjing is also you? The chaos into you this time was all arranged by you? Those black-clothed men are also your subordinates. Did you deliberately lure us out? The ultimate powerhouse from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain felt a chill run down his spine. When he heard this, he instantly understood many things. His voice couldn't help but tremble. Ever since he achieved the Tao, he hadn't felt such fear for a long time. How ambitious and scheming did he have to be to dare to do such a thing? One had to know that they were Tao achievers, existences who stood at the peak of the upper realm. How could they be toyed with in the palm of his hand? It's not too late for you to understand now. Gu Chang'e smiled. The expression in his eyes was as if he was looking at a dead person. Why did you do this? Are you not willing to accept that after this matter is exposed, you will become the enemy of the entire world? The ultimate powerhouse from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was filled with fear. He couldn't help but shout sternly. Even if you are the future master of the Gu clan, you can't fight against all the orthodoxies by yourself. Since I dared to do this, I am naturally not willing to accept that this matter will be exposed. Moreover, to me, being the enemy of the entire world is just so. Gu Chang'e was still smiling lightly. His expression was very natural. You, the ultimate powerhouse from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, was terrified, as if he was looking at an unimaginable monster. It just so happens that I am lacking a few puppets of the Tao Achiever realm. You came at the right time. Gu Chang'e shook his head and explained his purpose. With his current strength, it was easy for him to split a few strands of his soul, control a few cultivators, and then disguise them as black-clothed men to create this chaos. Chapter 663. Guchanga did not kill this supreme expert of the heavenly Emperor Mountain. Instead, he destroyed his soul and refined it into a puppet. This process was very smooth, without the slightest obstruction. Although the other party tried his best to escape, in front of Guchanga, there was no other possibility. He was quickly captured. Although this puppet strength was greatly reduced, it was still in existence at the level of Tao attainment. For cultivators who had not stepped into this realm, it was still a terrifying mountain that was difficult to contend against. They could be destroyed with a raise of their palm. After doing all this, Guchanga stepped out of the star field to find the other Tao attainment experts who were following him. Very quickly, in another desolate star domain, he found a Tao enlightened cultivator from the myriad Tao sacred mountain and refined him into a puppet. In another area, someone was deducing the secrets of heaven and sensed that something was wrong. His expression changed drastically and he tried to escape. However, after Guchanga reached his current realm, his strength was terrifying and his spiritual sense was even more terrifying. In just an instant, he understood his intentions. He broke through thousands of miles of space and chased after him. The other party was terrified and kept begging for mercy, wanting to live. However, Guchanga's expression did not change at all as he annihilated the fluctuations of his soul. After half a day, he already had 5 Tao attainment level puppets in his hands. According to his true realm, Guchanga was about to enter the late stage of Tao attainment. The origin of ordinary Tao attainment experts no longer had much effect on him, other than some special world origin, chaos origin, absolute beginning origin. Only the origin of remnant immortals and cultivators of higher realms were useful to him. Therefore, the greatest value of these people was to refine them into puppets. The annihilation of the souls of the Tao attainment experts of various clans is a big matter. I'm afraid that after the news spreads, endless waves will be stirred up in the upper realm again. This matter will cause me a lot of trouble. However, there is a solution to all of this. Before Guchanga left this place, an inexplicable expression flashed across his eyes as many thoughts flashed through his mind. Taking advantage of this chaos, he might be able to make the upper realm even more chaotic. The calamity of the Een Heaven, the inheritor of the demonic arts, the immortal path, was about to appear. It just so happens that my inner universe is almost complete. Perhaps it's time for the dark celestial court to descend. Guchanga's eyes were calm as he slowly left. In an instant, he traveled thousands of miles and appeared in another place. His soul consciousness scanned the sky and passed many ancient planets. He then noticed a Tao attainment realm expert in Primordial Lake was still following his trail. Immediately, he flicked his sleeve and summoned the 3 Tao attainment puppets that he had refined. They charged towards that region of stars to intercept and kill that person. That life-ancient star was vast and full of vitality. There were trillions of living beings living there. The surrounding ancient forests were lush and tall, incomparably verdant. Many sects and forces stood in great numbers, exuding a desolate and ancient air. However, in Guchanga's perception, the strongest expert on this ancient life star was only at the Supreme Being realm, and had not even stepped into the quasi-emperor realm. Of course, there were many life-ancient stars like this in the upper realm. They were as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. It was not surprising that the strongest expert strength was only at the Supreme Being realm. Not all forces and sects had Tao attainment realm experts. At this moment, outside this life-ancient star, a slender woman in a green dress was frowning. There was a terrifying vision in her eyes. She quickly rushed over and scanned the surroundings with her soul consciousness. She looked very young, but from the vicissitudes of life she revealed, she had definitely cultivated for more than 1,000,000 years. As a Tao attainment realm expert in Primordial Lake, Her original form was not that of a human. Instead, she was a green radish divine spirit that was created by heaven and earth. She had been nurtured for hundreds of thousands of years and had the strength of a supreme being as soon as she took form. After millions of years of bitter cultivation, she finally stepped into the ranks of Tao attainment realm experts. To put it bluntly, as a divine spirit, she had been blessed by heaven and earth since she was young and had gathered a lot of luck. There were even rumors in the upper realm that if a cultivator attacked a divine spirit, he would encounter misfortune and even be punished by heaven. Not to mention that the divine spirit was extremely powerful and had terrifying talents. Ordinary cultivators were no match for them at all. Therefore, many people would stay as far away as possible when they saw a divine spirit being born. They did not want to be contaminated by its aura and karma. I, Celestial Master Green Radish, have been unhindered for millions of years. Now, I can't even track down a few men in black. If this spreads, it will be a disgrace. The eyes of the woman in the green dress were cold. Her soul consciousness was vast and majestic. She did not conceal it as it swept across the many life ancient stars below. As a Tao attainment realm expert, she had chased after a group of men in black. Now, she had lost them, which made her very angry. Although there were life ancient stars below, she had always been unscrupulous and domineering, so she did not care at all. Immediately, a terrifying pressure shrouded down, trying to find some auras or traces. Boom! This terrifying energy fluctuation swept over the entire life ancient star in just a blink of an eye. The sky and earth were turned upside down. The sun and the moon trembled. Large patches of clouds were shattered. Almost all the cultivators and living beings were alarmed and trembling. Their divine souls were frightened, and their faces were pale. They could not understand why such a terrifying Tao attainment realm expert would come here. The strongest experts of various forces and sects were startled. They flew to the sky with fear on their faces. Many quasi-supreme existences who had been in seclusion were also shocked. They woke up from their seclusion and rushed to the sky, extremely worried and uneasy. "Greetings, Senior. May I ask what brings you here?" No one dared to breathe too loudly. They could only ask Celestial Master Green Radish cautiously, worried that they would offend a Tao attainment realm expert. "Have you seen a group of men in black running towards this place? I'm looking for their tracks." Celestial Master Green Radish asked with a cold expression. Although she was a woman, the pressure she carried was like an abyss that made people tremble in fear. Hearing this, all the experts on this life ancient star were stunned. They then realized that this Tao attainment realm expert in front of them was chasing after someone. They immediately let out a long sigh of relief. "Reporting to Senior, we did not see any men in black running towards this place." Immediately, they all reported what they had seen and heard with a serious expression. They did not dare to lie or conceal anything. If they did not run towards this place, where did they run to? Celestial Master Green Radish frowned even more. She did not think that this group of people in front of her would dare to lie to her. Moreover, if they were lying to her, she would be able to see through it with a single glance. Therefore, she could not figure out where that group of men in black had run to. They had actually hidden from everyone's perception. "Senior, the men in black you are looking for, are they that group of people?" At this moment, an old man's voice suddenly trembled slightly. He seemed to be extremely frightened as he looked into the sky. Almost at the same time, Celestial Master Green Radish's expression changed dramatically. She was in disbelief. She felt a terrifying pressure sweep over. It was as if mountains were collapsing and the world was collapsing. The entire world was trembling. Whoosh! Terrifying whistling sounds were like mountains and rivers bursting their banks, flooding over to this place. 3 blurry figures stood in the black fog outside the star domain. They coldly looked in this direction like demon gods slaughtering the heavens. "It's them." celestial master green radishes, pupils constricted. Judging from this aura, it was definitely the group of men in black who had ambushed them in the imperial capital. She really did not expect this group of people to be so bold. Not only did they not run away, but they actually came here to kill her. The strength of this group of men in black was also beyond her expectations. 3 Tao attainment experts. If they fight, this aura will definitely destroy all life stars in the vicinity. Seeing this, all the cultivators on this ancient life star trembled in fear. They felt that a great battle would definitely break out soon. For everyone, it was a terrible disaster. The shock waves of a battle between Tao attainment experts were absolutely destructive. They could destroy a star domain and break a star river with a wave of their hand. At that time, not to mention their own ancient life stars, even the surrounding ancient life stars would be destroyed. They would not be able to withstand the shock waves of a battle between Tao attainment experts. Listen to the Lord's order and kill her. At this time, the 3 men in black walked over from the sky. Black fog surged on their bodies. Their eyes were cold and emotionless as they charged toward Celestial Master Green Radish. Damn it, they really are Tao attainment experts. Celestial Master Green Radish's expression changed slightly. She felt that this was a tricky situation. She did not expect these 3 to be Tao attainment experts. Previously, in the imperial capital of Great Yu, she only felt that this group of men in black was extremely strange and could not see through them. However, now that things had come to this, if she fled, they would most likely catch up. The only way was to use the shockwaves of the battle to alert the other Tao attainment experts who were chasing after this group of men in black and have them come here to help. Boom! Thinking of this, Celestial Master Green Radish did not dare to be careless. Green light gushed out of her body. Endless sword light intertwined and condensed in the void, turning into a terrifying wave like a vast sea that charged toward the 3 men in black. An unimaginable battle instantly broke out here. In the vast sky, great stars were collapsing one after another. In the end, they exploded into dust and were annihilated by these shockwaves. Teleporting from one place to another was like traversing space and time. Her entire body was emitting a brilliant light, and her powerful aura was intimidating. She fought against the 3 Tao attainment experts. At first, she was not at a disadvantage. She transformed into a green lightning bolt that pierced through the void and launched an earth-shattering battle. This was the collision of Tao skills, the evolution of laws, accompanied by rumbling thunder. Black fog overflowed into the sky. Endless blazing light shot out from their bodies. Tao laws intertwined, causing the stars and moon to dim. Powerful shockwaves rose and fell like a Wang-yang, vast and boundless. However, this situation did not last long. Soon, Celestial Master Green Radish was at a disadvantage. She kept coughing blood, and too many cracks appeared on her body as if she was about to explode. She was not a match for the 3 at all. Impossible! Her face was filled with fear and regret. She felt that the 3 men in black in front of her were not weaker than her in a one-on-one battle. Under a full-force siege, any Tao attainment expert would die. Where did this black-clothed man come from? Boom! Streaks of spear light pierced through, as if splitting open the universe. A large black hand swept across the sky, slapping her into pieces. She kept coughing blood, and even her Tao attainment artifact had cracks on it. This was a terrifying scene. Boom! All the surrounding planets exploded. Some ancient planets that gave birth to life were also turned to dust under the shock waves. 10 billion cultivators and living beings were vaporized before they could even scream. The surrounding cultivators on the ancient planets were terrified to the extreme, as if doomsday had arrived. When Tao attainment experts fought, even a wisp of aftershock could shatter planets and evaporate galaxies. Ordinary cultivators would even have their divine souls instantly turned to dust. At this moment, countless cultivators and living beings were praying and wailing, hoping that someone could stop this battle and save them. You don't know what's good for you. How dare you chase after the dark heavenly court? You're courting death, a black-robed figure said coldly, his eyes emotionless. Dark heavenly court. What is that? Am I going to die here? Celestial Master Greenradish was surrounded by 3 people. Her body was crumbling, and she could no longer maintain her original state. At this time, she had already fallen into despair. She felt that her soul fire had weakened and would extinguish at any time. Moreover, there was no hope at all. She did not see any living beings or cultivators coming to save her. She was extremely regretful. If she had known, she would not have chased after the black-robed men. Chapter 664. Boom! Spear light swept across heaven and earth, seemingly descending from a distant latitude. It turned into a vast river of stars that swept across the sky, destroying everything. In this stellar domain, a terrifying, great black hand stretched across, slapping down. Raging waves roared, endless and endless. 3 black-robed figures stood at the end of heaven and earth, continuously killing Empyrean Green Luo. Their methods were cruel, and there was no emotion in their eyes. This was a world-shaking battle. The terrifying shockwaves destroyed heaven and earth, destroying all the stars and continents in the surroundings. Large areas of life, ancient stars, were turned into dust under the shockwaves. The cultivators and creatures living on them did not have time to escape and were destroyed in body and soul. It was not an exaggeration to say that all life was in misery and suffering. There were howls and despair everywhere. Cough, cough, cough! A rain of blood poured down, drowning the sky. Empyrean Green Luo fought against the 3 mysterious black-robed figures. Her body was torn, and her soul fire was dim. She was on the verge of death. The upper realm had been peaceful for too long. Even though the various imperishable orthodoxies and supreme sects had Tao attainments, they were all apprehensive and did not dare to casually make a move. During this period of time, apart from the encirclement of the red-robed demoness from the fiend burial abyss and the longevity battle between the Purple Mansion and the longevity Gu family, there had rarely been such a world-shaking battle between so many Tao attainments. In the eyes of many cultivators, Tao attainments were invincible existences. They looked down on the world like gods, sweeping through the ages. But today, 3 incomparably terrifying black-robed Tao attainments surrounded Empyrean Green Luo, wanting to kill her here. This scene alarmed too many cultivators who sensed the shockwaves here and quickly rushed over. Everyone was stunned in place. Their bodies were cold, and they did not dare to move. There were even quasi-supreme existences among them, but they were too far away and did not dare to approach, fearing that they would be killed by the shockwaves. What exactly is going on? Why are there 3 powerful, black-robed, Tao, enlightened cultivators ganging up on one person? Is the upper realm going to fall into chaos again? Someone's voice trembled, containing great fear. They felt that this was too inconceivable. Perhaps in the near future, there would be a terrifying chaos in the upper realm. All the orthodoxies would be swept in. Ordinary cultivators would not be able to escape and would be turned into ashes. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but tremble in fear. Empyrean Green Luo fell into despair. She couldn't help but cry out, her entire body shining. Endless Tao laws and divine multicolored light shone brilliantly, displaying the most powerful Tao methods and divine abilities, wishing to survive. However, their opponents were truly too terrifying. The 3 of them joined forces at 517, and they could fight any person who had achieved the Tao. Endless radiance surged. Chaotic energy rushed out from this place, drowning over, directly destroying this stellar domain. I can't accept this. Heavenly Venerable Luluo's eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair when she saw the 3 of them charging toward her and about to kill her soul light. Boom! But at this moment, a clear sword light flashed over from afar. It seemed to have split open the universe and divided the four poles of the world. All of the attacks were cut down by this one sword and were annihilated in the void, as if they had never appeared. Such a scene instantly alarmed everyone. Many cultivators around, including the living beings on the ancient life planets, couldn't help but open their eyes wide in shock, looking in the direction where the sword light had come from. That is, someone's face was filled with disbelief. His eyes widened and his voice trembled. It's young Master Chang'e. It's actually young Master Chang'e. It's him who has come to save us. Someone recognized the figure that had appeared and couldn't help but shout out in excitement. They felt that the fluctuations of the great battle here had alarmed Gu Chang'e, causing him to appear and save everyone. A slender figure in white was rushing over from the other end of the stellar domain. There was a terrifying vision surging in the depths of his eyes. Stars were collapsing, mountains and seas were collapsing. "It's you." One of the three black-clothed figures looked over. There seemed to be a change of emotion in his cold eyes, and his voice was not as calm as before. "Young Master Chang'e, please save me. I will definitely repay you generously." Seeing the person who had appeared, Emperor Green Luo, who had fallen into despair, was stunned at first. She couldn't believe it, but then her face was filled with surprise and excitement as she shouted. She had never thought that at this time someone would actually appear and block these attacks for her with a single sword. Moreover, it was Gu Chang'e. Gu Chang'e was an existence who could contend against the mortal realm will of the heavenly Tao. With his help, she would definitely be able to turn this danger into safety and escape. Thinking of this, the flames of hope ignited in the heart of the despairing Emperor Green Luo. "It seems that I'm not too late." Gu Chang'e frowned as he looked at the scene of utter misery and suffering, his expression somewhat solemn. Without hesitation, he stepped over from the other end of the stellar domain. Time swirled beneath his feet, as if the river of time was flowing away from him. "Why haven't you all stopped yet? You truly deserve to die for harming life and disregarding all life." Gu Chang'e's eyes were cold as he brandished his sword and attacked. Chi, chi, chi in an instant. Terrifying sword lights slashed out, causing many of the surrounding meteors to crumble to dust. All the laws and order were severed. He appeared, holding a dazzling sword in his hand. It was like autumn water, incomparably clear but containing a peerless sharpness. As the sword lights slashed out, dazzling like lightning that pierced through the heavens, the expressions of the three black-robed figures changed slightly. They had no choice but to resist, displaying all sorts of tyrannical methods and Tao arts, not daring to underestimate him. "Could it be that you still want to rely on your own strength to stop us?" Beside them was a great black fog that floated up and down. It was as if they were ancient, great worlds that were being pushed forward. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Emperor Green Luo activated a secret technique. Her entire body's qi and blood seemed to burn as she quickly fled into the distance. She swallowed a large amount of recovery divine medicines, not daring to be involved in this terrifying battle again. She was already at the end of her rope and had no more strength to help Gu Chang'e. "Young Lord Chang'e, be careful. These three are all Tao enlightened experts and cannot be underestimated." She couldn't help but shout out. Although she was very confident in Gu Chang'e's strength, she suddenly remembered that Gu Chang'e's source was damaged and he was in a heavily injured state. "Your source is already injured, yet you still dare to come here and throw away your life. Today, we'll kill you here and solve a great problem for the Lord." A black-robed figure stood in the sky, coldly speaking. He stared at the incoming Gu Chang'e, his eyes cold and merciless. "Don't waste words with him. Quickly finish him off while he's heavily injured. We can't let him continue to grow. In the future, he will only ruin the Lord's plans." The other two black-robed figures also showed no mercy. As they spoke, terrifying phenomena that overflowed into the heavens appeared. Like a long river worshipping the heavens, Tombstones appeared one after another, crossing the sky and smashing towards Guchanga. Endless brilliance erupted once more, as if the world was collapsing. Boundless chaotic energy wrapped around all sorts of laws and order, falling down and covering everything. Various supreme Tao techniques evolved. Peerless divine weapons interweaved, and peerless celestial mountains rose and fell. Huge stars were touched by the aftershocks, constantly turning into dust and vanishing into thin air. 3 Tao attainments. Where did you come from? Guchanga stepped forward, and there seemed to be billions of sword lights interweaving around him, turning into a vast sea of swords, covering the sky and the sun. The 3 black-robe Tao attainments also displayed their supreme techniques, forcefully shaking the sky and breaking apart the sea of swords. Guchanga released a clear roar. His body turned into endless light, turning into a surging divine sword that cut down in all directions. It was as resplendent as a streak of lightning, tearing apart the black starry sky. It was incomparably dazzling. All the surrounding cultivators saw this scene. They were incomparably excited, but at the same time worried. Many people knew that Guchanga was not in good condition now, and there were rumors everywhere that he was injured. Now, in front of him, there were 3 Tao attainments. Could he stop this disaster and save the surrounding ancient stars? Now that your strength is greatly damaged, are you still a match for the 3 of us? One of the black-robed men shouted coldly. Dark divine light surged around his body, burning fiercely like a demonic furnace, releasing a sea of blood energy and boundless divine force. You'll know when you try. Guchanga's eyes were cold, containing ice-cold killing intent, engulfing the sky, shattering this star field. An unimaginable great battle erupted here again. Endless radiance gushing out, blazing and brilliant as if it could pierce through the universe. Hanglong. Guchanga used a forbidden Tao technique, his entire body shining brilliantly, his hair like a river of stars, draped in chaotic energy, as if his body had turned into an eternal sacred furnace. His aura devoured mountains and rivers, his head of black hair fluttering, drawing out endless Tao trajectories, extraordinary, mysterious, and unfathomable. At this moment, every movement of his became its own heavenly law, merging with the Tao. With a clear roar, large amounts of meteors were turned into fine powder. With a shake of his arm, this river of stars was destroyed, chaotic energy flowing in reverse towards the sky, blazing radiance sweeping out, the universe trembling, the stars and moon losing their light. The 3 black-robed figures coughed out blood and were sent flying backwards, as if they were about to be sent flying out of this star field. So this is young Master Changa. What terrifying strength! I've never seen him fight before, so I had no idea he was so strong. As expected of an existence that can contend with the will of the heavenly Tao. And this is his heavily injured state. If he was in perfect condition, how terrifying would that be? In the surrounding star fields, many cultivators and creatures witnessed all of this with their own eyes, all of them trembling with excitement, feeling their minds sway. How terrifying! Under the same realm, there is absolutely no one who can match a single palm strike. Even Empyrean Green Luo's beautiful eyes widened, feeling her Tao heart wavering, in disbelief and shock to the extreme. At this time, Guchanga was peerlessly powerful, unstoppable. This star field was almost completely destroyed by him, razed to the ground. Not good! This guy is too strong. The expressions of the 3 black-robed figures changed dramatically, and they couldn't help but roar. After several exchanges, they were already at a disadvantage. And even if they joined forces, it was still difficult to contend against Guchanga. Chi. Moreover, at this time, Guchanga used a secret Tao technique, guiding the starlight in the sky to fight. The starry river in the sky poured down, causing a vast expanse of white around him. In the end, one could see the sun and moon rotating around him, and countless ancient stars appeared in all directions, surrounding him in the center. This seemed to have evolved into a star field of the universe, and Guchanga was like the lord of the heavenly court, standing at the center, condensing all kinds of light and finally drowning out. "We are not his match, run. Run as far as you can." The expressions of the three black-robed figures changed greatly, as if they were incomparably shocked. Without hesitation, they burned their true souls and essence blood, turning into divine light to escape. However, the aftermath here was too terrifying, as if a part of the universe was about to be destroyed. The sky collapsed, the earth caved in, and the universe collapsed. In an instant, chaos rushed in all directions, and nothing could be seen clearly. This is simply the end of the world. It's too terrifying. Anyone who steps into a battle between Tao attainments will be destroyed in body and soul, vanishing into thin air. All the cultivators and living beings were shocked and trembling. Their divine souls were trembling, and they were extremely frightened. Great, we're saved. However, more cultivators and living beings cheered, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. From the situation, it seemed that the three mysterious Tao attainments had been defeated by Guchanga, and all the surrounding star fields were safe. They were extremely grateful to Guchanga. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately, divine rainbows flew into the sky from all directions. They were the top experts on each star. Before this, they were watching from afar and did not dare to go forward. Now that the crisis was over, they all rushed forward, carefully avoiding the aftermath of the battle that had not yet spread. "Thank you, young Master Changa, for your help." They all cupped their hands and expressed their gratitude to Guchanga. "Thank you, young Master Changa. If it weren't for young Master Changa today, I'm afraid all of us would have died tragically and the surrounding star fields would have been destroyed." Many female cultivators' eyes were filled with astonishing splendor. Their minds swayed as they looked at the tall figure standing at the end of the sky, unable to calm down for a long time. Even Empyrean Green Luo found it difficult to calm down, and her Tao heart was greatly affected. If not for Guchanga's sudden appearance today, she was afraid she would have died here. Guchanga seemed to come to his senses when he heard this, and he withdrew his gaze from the direction the three men in black had fled. "Everyone, there's no need to be like this. How can we sit idly by when we see such a scene?" He waved his hand with a calm and composed expression. It was as if he was a completely different person from the powerful and peerless figure just now. However, just as Guchanga finished speaking, he suddenly frowned, and then his figure swayed slightly. With a muffled groan, a few strands of blood with divinity flowed out from the corners of his mouth. "What? Young Master Changa, are you all right?" Seeing this, everyone here suddenly turned pale with fright and worry. Many people recalled that Guchanga had been heavily injured in battle just now, and they felt even more grateful and almost knelt down and kowtowed. "I'm fine. It's just that the battle just now affected my injuries. If I didn't have these injuries, it wouldn't have been so easy for those three to escape like this." Guchanga calmly waved his hand, indicating that they didn't need to worry. But as he finished speaking, he still couldn't conceal his regret. "Young Master Changa, I have—" Empyrean Green Luo worriedly took out a jade box and was about to hand it to Guchanga. However, Guchanga didn't take it and shook his head. "Ordinary healing items won't work on my injuries, and your injuries aren't light either. Keep it for yourself." Empyrean Green Luo was deeply moved. She hadn't expected Guchanga to be so considerate of her at this time. She had never interacted with Guchanga before, but from his actions today, she could see that he was truly as gentle and refined as jade. "I just don't know where those men in black came from. For them to act so brazenly, the faction behind them is probably unimaginable." Then, as if she had thought of something, Guchanga looked puzzled and muttered to herself. Empyrean Green Luo suddenly shuddered as she recalled what had happened. She gravely said, At the time, those men in black believed that I couldn't escape and said a few things. They seemed to be from some place called the Dark Celestial Court and were following the orders of some great figure to kill us all. She had been very shocked at the time, so these words had left a deep impression on her. Dark Celestial Court? What's that? I've never heard of it before. How dare they intercept and kill the accomplished cultivators of various orthodoxies? Hearing this, everyone in the surroundings was extremely shocked, and huge waves surged in their hearts. They had a premonition that this mysterious dark celestial court was about to shake the entire upper realm. Chapter 665. This was the first time many of the cultivators had heard of the dark heavenly court, but they felt a sense of fear in their spirits. It was as if some kind of unimaginable true force had transcended time and space and landed here, shocking everyone's minds. These 4 words can't be said casually. There will be some kind of reaction from the unseen world, an old man with a high level of cultivation said. His expression was extremely solemn. Many of the cultivators and living beings who had rushed here were also shocked. They looked at each other and wondered what kind of deity or saint this so-called dark heavenly court was. Those black-robed, Tao, enlightened cultivators were probably from this mysterious faction. They had never heard of such a faction in the upper world before. Even those ancient immortal orthodoxies and supreme sects with extremely long legacies would find it difficult to send out so many enlightened cultivators at once. The dark heavenly court. I've never heard of such a faction before. Could it have just emerged recently? However, my Gu clan has always been standing strong in the upper world. I've never heard of such a faction before. Gu Changa frowned. He seemed to be talking to himself with some doubt on his face. Celestial, Venerable Green Luo seemed to have suddenly thought of something and said in shock, I think it should be an organization that has existed for a very long time. Judging from the fluctuations of those enlightened cultivators' attacks, the divine powers and cultivation methods they cultivate are all different. They can't possibly be from the same orthodoxy. She also recalled that those black-robed, Tao, enlightened cultivators had not displayed similar Tao techniques and divine powers when they attacked. Although cultivators who had reached this stage would definitely have differences in their paths if they were from the same orthodoxy, there would definitely be traces of similarities. An organization? If you say so, that is indeed a possibility. Although those black-robed men seem to be following someone's orders, they don't seem to know each other. Gu Changa raised his eyebrows. He pondered for a moment before nodding slowly, agreeing with Celestial, Venerable Green Luo's words. That's too scary. How could there be such an organization that permeates every inch of space like darkness? Celestial, Venerable Green Luo was silent for a moment. She suddenly felt a chill run down her spine because of this dark heavenly court. Hearing the conversation between the two, the surrounding cultivators and living beings were all shocked. If the dark heavenly court was truly a mysterious organization, they would have infiltrated many imperishable sects and supreme Taoism factions by now. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dispatched so many accomplished cultivators to intercept and kill Celestial Sovereign Emerald Luo and the others. This was simply an unimaginably terrifying matter. If news of this got out, it would definitely shake up the higher realms. Not good. The other few friends also chased out of the Great Yu imperial capital together. If they split up, they would definitely be in trouble. At this moment, Empyrean Green Luo's expression suddenly changed as she recalled the supreme experts of various clans who had left the Great Yu imperial capital together when they were pursuing the black-robed man. Although they were all people who had attained the Tao and cultivated for more than millions of years, it was enough for them to look down on the world. However, under the joint attack of 3 accomplished Tao masters, even she had almost died just now. If Gu Changa hadn't appeared to save her, she would have definitely become a skeleton, dead in body and spirit. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't be so lucky. If that's the case, let's hurry over and take a look. I suddenly have a bad feeling in my heart. Gu Changa's expression also turned solemn when he heard this. Empyrean Green, Luo nodded. She also had a bad feeling in her heart. Without hesitation, the two turned into divine rainbows and crossed the star domain, heading into the distance. Looks like something big is about to happen in the higher realms. There are definitely more than just a few accomplished cultivators who broke out in a great battle today. Perhaps something unexpected has already happened. The remaining cultivators and living beings looked at each other and vaguely guessed what was going on. Their hearts were extremely heavy. The terrifying consequences would probably cause a huge commotion. Very soon, news about what happened here spread like wildfire, spreading throughout the upper realm. The first reaction of all the orthodoxies who heard this was to be stunned. Then they were extremely shocked and felt that it was unbelievable. The words "dark heavenly court" also spread, causing a huge commotion. Gu Changa and Empyrean Green Luo appeared in a desolate and barren star domain. The two of them gazed at the scene of battle that was filled with devastation and fell silent. Looks like we've come too late. There are still fluctuations of extinguished soul flames here. An accomplished cultivator had fallen here. Gu Changa sighed softly and shook his head, as if he was rather regretful. Without needing him to say anything, Empyrean Green Luo also sensed the fluctuations left behind here. The aftermath of a battle between accomplished cultivators would not dissipate even after hundreds of thousands of years. She even felt that the battle here was even more tragic than the one she had fought. From the looks of it, the other fellow Taoists are also in grave danger. Their lives are in danger. What is the dark heavenly court's goal? Why are they constantly killing accomplished cultivators? Even accomplished cultivators have become their hunting targets. Empyrean Green Luo shuddered, feeling a sense of unknown fear. A strange look flashed across Gu Changa's eyes, and he glanced at her without batting an eyelid. Right now, he was only building momentum for the dark heavenly court. There was still some time before they truly appeared. However, if even accomplished cultivators were so fearful, then the other cultivators would be even more fearful. In fact, this was also true. In his expectations, the dark heavenly court was like a shadow that shrouded the upper realm, seeping into every inch of space and every corner. Even the most ancient forces and clans would fear them as if they were gods. Afterward, Gu Changa and Empyrean Green Luo went to another star domain and saw a scene very similar to this one. The surrounding stars had collapsed and the river of stars had been broken, turning into dust and ashes. There was not the slightest trace of life left behind. It was a scene of devastation, as if a world-ending battle had occurred. Even the Sea of Thunder had dried up, and chaos overflowed, wanting to break through this star domain. One could only imagine how terrifying a battle had been fought here before. It looks like everyone died, and only I survived by luck. Empyrean Green Luo said with some lingering fear, "Let's go back." Gu Changa sighed softly, as if he could not bear to watch. Empyrean Green Luo nodded. Then the two of them stepped forward, tore through the void, and quickly left, intending to return to the great Yu celestial dynasty. Soon, the battle that had happened in these places was not hidden and was discovered by many cultivators. The news spread, causing a great commotion again. The appearance of the dark heavenly court had caused a great deal of panic among many orthodoxies. No one had thought that there would be such a terrifying and mysterious organization hidden in the dark. Those accomplished cultivators in black had unfathomable strength, hiding in every corner like shadows. Heavenly Emperor Mountain, Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, Primordial Lake, 10,000 Swords Tao sect. These orthodoxies were greatly affected, and some of their accomplished cultivators had died. However, although they were angry, there was nothing they could do. They were helpless against the dark heavenly court and did not even know where this organization came from. In the eyes of many cultivators, The chaos in the Great Yu celestial dynasty this time was very likely caused by the dark heavenly court. That night, those accomplished cultivators in black suddenly appeared. After failing to kill the severely injured Guchanga, they tore through the void and escaped. After that, the accomplished cultivators of various clans chased after them but were intercepted halfway. Only Empyrean Green Luo was saved by Guchanga and luckily survived. The rest of them died tragically in the star domain. If one were to count carefully, there were a total of 4 accomplished cultivators who had died. The upper realm had been peaceful for too long. It had been a long time since such a shocking event had happened. After all, accomplished cultivators were like patriarchs in each orthodoxy. They had a revered status and could suppress the foundation of each orthodoxy. Such a tragic death was really a great blow to the orthodoxies, and it would be difficult for them to recover in a short time. However, through this incident, many cultivators saw one thing clearly. Even though Guchanga was severely injured, he could still fight against 3 accomplished cultivators in black and force them to retreat. To have such terrifying strength at such a young age, it was truly shocking. In every ancient city and ancient star, the cultivators and living beings were discussing this matter. Some even saw the image recording stones of the battle being auctioned in the markets. Some people saw the scene and were so shocked that they couldn't speak for a long time. That battle was too terrifying. The star domain within 1,000,000 miles was sunk. Chaotic energy soared into the sky and pierced through the clouds. The surrounding ancient planets were all turned to ashes. If Guchanga hadn't suddenly appeared and forced the 3 accomplished cultivators in black to retreat, the resulting massacre would have been even more terrifying. It could be said that the people were plunged into misery and suffering. Empyrean Green Luo of Primordial Lake would have died like the others. Compared to the others, she was too lucky. In the following days, the entire upper realm was discussing this matter. Academies like True Immortal Academy and Dao Heaven Immortal Palace were no exception. Although Guchanga was no longer cultivating there, his deeds were still passed down. Many people of the same generation, for example, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, 6 Crown King, Golden Cicada Buddhist Child, and others all became silent after seeing the image recording stone of that battle. Then they chose to enter deep seclusion. Guchanga had already become an insurmountable mountain in their hearts. In his 20s, he was already able to contend against existences close to immortals. Everyone felt that Guchanga was definitely the reincarnation of some supreme character from ancient times. At his peak, his cultivation was unparalleled in the world, a king among immortals. Otherwise, it was absolutely impossible for him to have such a terrifying cultivation speed. Begging for fresh flowers zero during this period of time, the inheritors of demonic arts had also caused a lot of trouble. However, compared to the appearance of the dark heavenly court, they were like small waves that quickly returned to peace. Inheritors of demonic arts still needed time to grow, but this dark heavenly court had long been established. They were hidden in the dark, and it was difficult to find them. This was the most terrifying part. At the same time, in the upper realm's most taboo place, where the Devil Mountain was located, the Devil Mountain was shrouded in demonic clouds, covering a radius of 1,000,000 miles. All kinds of terrifying mountains were surrounded by chaotic fog, as if they had existed since the beginning of time. An ancient and desolate aura pervaded this place, and there were many terrifying, ferocious beasts hibernating there. On each mountain peak, there were vague figures. They were either absorbing the chi of Tao law between heaven and earth, condensing the chi of heavenly path, or sitting there cross-legged to comprehend the heavenly secrets in an attempt to improve. Ever since the red-robed devil Chanhongi was born in the devil burial abyss, the great demons, ancient demons, and ancient demons from all over the upper realm had followed her here and occupied the Devil Mountain. For a time, this place had even become a forbidden area. Even those who had attained Tao dared not set foot in it and had to stay far away. During the siege of the divine city, the red-robed devil had killed countless people, and the various forces and orthodoxies who participated in the battle had all suffered heavy losses. Now, on the highest mountain peak in the deepest part of the Devil Mountain, it was calm and peaceful. There was a thatched cottage, and there was a flowing stream beside it. Many blue stones were suspended in the air, forming stone steps that connected to the cold pond on the other side. Zero the mountain breeze blew, accompanied by some mist, and it was incomparably tranquil and natural. A red-clothed woman of peerless beauty and beauty that shook the soul stood on the limestone. Her gaze was calm and deep as she gazed towards the distance. Her jet black hair fluttered chaotically, and her skin was white like jade and flickered with a lustrous brilliance. She looked extremely tranquil, like a fairy under the moon. She was neither competitive nor happy, and there was not a trace of ferocity in her. If an outsider was here, they would definitely not believe that this was the red-robed devil Chan Hongyi, who had previously intimidated the upper realm with her ferocity. Now, there was not a trace of devil qi on her body, nor was there a trace of magical power fluctuation. It was more like she had returned to her original state, and the Tao was true to heaven and earth. Behind Chan Hongyi stood a woman in a white dress. Her face was beautiful, and her hair was like a waterfall. Her eyebrows were like distant mountains, and her figure was tall and slender like a jade fairy. She was the inheritor of the devil technique that all the orthodoxies in the upper realm were looking for, Suchinga. However, compared to before, there was a huge difference between the current her and her previous self. She had perfectly merged with the other soul. "Ancestral Master!" Suchinga said softly, addressing Chan Hongyi as Ancestral Master. Tracing back to the source, her previous other soul was actually the true inheritor of the devil technique. She had fallen into the devil burial abyss, and by chance, she received Chan Hongyi's teachings. After many evolutions, she became the inheritor of the devil technique. It was reasonable for her to address Chan Hongyi as Ancestral Master. Her other soul had also told her that if she encountered a dangerous situation, she could come to the Devil Mountain for protection. Of course, Chan Hongyi would help out on account of the imparting of the Dharma. At first, Suchinga did not believe it. However, because she had killed a successor of a great sect some time ago, she was hunted down by his protector. She had nowhere to run, so she came to the Devil Mountain to seek refuge. Now, she had been hiding for half a year. After seeing Chan Hongyi, Suchinga originally thought that the other party would be as ferocious as the rumors said, slaughtering the heavens. She didn't expect the other party to be so indifferent and aloof. This aura even made her see the shadow of Gu Changa in a trance. It was really too similar. "You're leaving?" Chan Hongyi asked faintly. Her eyes were still calm, as if nothing in the world could disturb her. "Yes. Thank you for taking me in, Ancestral Master. The outside world is in chaos, so I shall leave." Suchinga replied. Although she was in the Devil Mountain, she knew that the outside world was in chaos because of the dark heavenly court. She also heard that Gu Changa was seriously injured, so she could not help but worry. "Then you should go." Chan Hongyi nodded. Although her voice was like the sound of nature, it was calm. "Ancestral Master, before I leave, there's still something I don't understand. The dark heavenly court that has been in chaos in the upper realm recently. Is it related to you?" Suchinga was puzzled and could not help but ask. After all, many rumors speculated that the dark heavenly court was closely related to the inheritors of the devil technique. Chan Hongyi shook her head. She thought for a while and said, "No, but it should be related to him." "Him?" Suchinga was puzzled again. "Of course it's him. You should be familiar with him." Chan Hongyi's lips suddenly curled up as if she had a purpose. In an instant, she destroyed the tranquility and seemed to have a deeper meaning. 2. Chapter 666. Suchinga was stunned. It was her first time seeing Chan Hongyi in such a state. When she looked back, her hair was like a waterfall, dancing wildly in the mountain breeze. Her eyes were deep and cold, but there was a smile at the corner of her mouth. She was so beautiful that it was soul-stirring. She was like a demoness who wreaked havoc in the world, destroying her previous tranquility. Such a Chanhangi might be the red-robed demoness that all the immortal orthodoxies and supreme sects in the upper realm were afraid of. The previous tranquility and aloofness was nothing more than a facade. However, Su Chinga quickly regained her senses and could not help but ask, "Who is this he that the founder is talking about? Why do I feel so familiar with him?" At this time, Chanhangi's expression had returned to normal. She smiled and said, "Of course you know." Hearing this, Su Chinga was stunned again. Then, a handsome figure gradually appeared in her mind. She was shocked and in disbelief. Could it be young master? She almost murmured, thinking that it was impossible. However, after thinking about it carefully, there seemed to be no one else. Although the red-robed demoness appeared in Kuinwu City and asked for one of the godstones, Gu Changa had fought with her before. His attitude was very natural and casual, as if he was facing an old friend that he had not seen for a long time. However, many cultivators thought that it was because Gu Changa had fought with the red-robed demoness in the divine city before. That was why the two of them seemed to be old friends. Su Chinga thought so too. However, judging from the current situation, it seemed that there was more to the relationship between the red-robed demoness and Gu Changa. Their relationship was definitely not that simple. Chanhangi's attitude towards Gu Changa was also unusual. In Su Chinga's opinion, the bond between the two was very deep to the extent that it was ingrained. She was very smart and had never asked about this. However, Chanhangi suddenly mentioned it to her today. It was obvious that there was a deeper meaning. The dark heavenly court in the present realm was also related to Gu Changa. What else was he hiding? The more she knew about him, the more Su Chinga felt that Gu Changa was unfathomable, like an unfathomable fog. "Patriarch, what do you want me to do by telling me all this?" Su Chinga asked after a moment of silence. She knew that after Chanhangi was born in the fiend burial abyss, there was a period of time when she was delirious and filled with malice. During that period of time, countless living beings and cultivators had died at her hands. Chanhangi's expression did not change, but a strange light flashed through her eyes. "I'm only reminding you of one thing. The greatest calamity of this world is not you, the so-called inheritor of the demonic arts. I know. I never wanted to be a disaster in the past. I just wanted to settle down in this world. This is not up to me. I just want to grasp my own destiny. I don't want to become a fish in that river," Su Chinga said with a resolute look on her pretty face. Hearing these words, Chanhangi suddenly laughed. Her beauty was soul-stirring, carrying with it a bewitching charm. She was extremely disdainful, her voice emotionless and cold. "This is not up to you. Your destiny has long been determined. The person you think you love the most, the person you trust the most, has always been looking down at you coldly from a high place. You think you're moved, but he's only showing it to you. Do you really think he can't see that you have two souls in your body, that you have the inheritance of the demonic arts? Even my abilities were personally taught by him, not to mention your incomplete demonic arts." Ridiculous. She was laughing. Her voice was like the sound of nature, but it carried a deep hatred. "What? That's impossible!" Hearing these words, Su Chinga was stunned, as if she was struck by lightning. Her face turned pale, and she could not help but take a few steps back in disbelief. If it was someone else who said this, she would definitely be suspicious. But the person who said this was the red-robed demoness who intimidated the upper realm. How could she lie to her? There was such a deep relationship between Chanhangi and Gu Changa. Her patriarch was taught by Gu Changa himself. Where did he come from? Gu Changa had been lying to her all this time, and even helped her hide her identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts. Was he the same? Su Chinga's reaction was within Chanhangi's expectations. Her lips curled into a smile, as if she really wanted to see such a scene. Guchanga wanted to maintain his gentle and aloof image in Su Chinga's heart, but she would not let him do as he wished. "I'll destroy everything you have with my own hands." Chanhongi looked at the end of the sky, and terrifying evil and demonic chi appeared in the depths of her eyes again. But soon she returned to her aloof and indifferent appearance. These days, the upper realm was getting more and more chaotic. In the eyes of many cultivators, perhaps a terrible disaster would sweep over soon. Many orthodoxies in the various heavens were ordering their disciples to return to their sects and wait for the disaster to end. The appearance of the Yin dynasty and the Yin dynasty swept over the world. Now, there was the even more mysterious, dark, heavenly court, hiding in the dark like a shadow, which made people feel uneasy. A few days later, the chaos in the great Yu celestial dynasty that shook the various forces in the upper realm gradually came to an end. Emperor Yu fought with his former brother, Yu Tianjin, at the peak of the great Yu celestial dynasty. He was defeated and died. Even the great Yu celestial dynasty's guardian sword fell into his hands. That night there was a massacre, and blood flowed like a river. A terrible chaos swept through the entire great Yu celestial dynasty. Countless cultivators trembled, feeling despair and horror. Many foreign armies arrived, and the flames of war swept through the endless territories of Great Yu. During this time, many orthodoxies took advantage of the situation. Under the internal and external troubles, many old emperors in the depths of the Great Yu celestial dynasty had to come out and try to suppress all of this. According to the rules of the Great Yu celestial dynasty, although Yu Tianjing was banished many years ago, it was an indisputable fact that the blood of the royal family flowed in his body. In addition, in the battle, he killed the previous Emperor Yu, so he naturally had the strength to be the next Emperor Yu. Therefore, the old emperors discussed for a while and decided to let Yu Tianjing take the throne according to the rules of the Great Yu celestial dynasty. With the support of many ministers, if Yu Tianjing was not worthy and could not bear the heavy responsibility, he would abdicate. Since then, the chaos gradually calmed down. In terms of ability, Yu Tianjing was not inferior to the previous Emperor Yu. The last time he was defeated, it was because he fell into a trap. Under his iron fist, a war to quell the chaos broke out, and many of the restless elements in the Great Yu celestial dynasty were eliminated. This was the first time he had shown his power since he became the new emperor, and had indeed deterred many people. Many of the ministers who were critical of him also gradually shut up. They were not willing to provoke Yu Tianjing, who was at the peak of his power at this time. Some people even guessed that Yu Tianjing might have something to do with the dark heavenly court. However, there were not many such guesses. After all, there was no evidence to prove that the group of black-clothed cultivators who had killed Guchanga that day had anything to do with Yu Tianjing. While the situation in the outside world was changing in the depths of the great Yu celestial dynasty, in a grand and ancient palace, the new Emperor Yu Tianjing stood there and reported something in a low voice. He wore a purple gold crown on his head and a wide dragon robe on his body. His sleeves were decorated with many star patterns that flowed with a misty light, making him look like an unparalleled son of heaven. However, his expression was extremely humble and respectful, and he did not dare to show any disrespect. Today, 60% of the great Yu celestial dynasty is in my hands. Apart from the country guarding general and the former grand tutor, the other ministers have all submitted. In front of Yu Tianjing, Guchanga was wearing a white shirt. He held a white jade wine cup in his hand and gently shook the thick wine within. His expression was really casual and natural. "It seems like you did not disappoint me." He smiled and passed the white jade wine cup to Yin Mei, who was beside him. As the new emperor of the great Yu celestial dynasty, Yu Tianjing's methods could be said to be iron-blooded. Any courtier who had a rebellious heart was imprisoned in the heavenly prison. Hence, compared to the previous Emperor Yu, he admired Yu Tianjing more. Such a person was easier to control and more obedient. He would not choose to provoke him or do anything stupid without any benefits. Of course, Gu Changa did not have such worries. After all, Yu Tianjing's life was always in his hands. Now he was the true ruler of the vast territory of the great Yu celestial dynasty. I dare not disappoint you. Yu Tianjing's expression turned cold when he heard this. He could not forget how Gu Changa killed Emperor Yu with just a lift of his hand. His methods were really cold and cruel. Today, the various heavens in the upper world were extremely wary of the dark celestial court. If he did not know that those black-clothed Tao enlightened cultivators were sent by Gu Changa, Yu Tianjing would suspect that this matter had nothing to do with Gu Changa. It was hard to imagine how deep this matter was. Furthermore, his life was always in the hands of Gu Changa. When he looked for Gu Changa to work together, he was also planning to ask a tiger for its skin. Today, he got what he wanted and became the new emperor of the great Yu celestial dynasty, taking revenge for hundreds of years ago. Oh, right, young master, Euphia seems to be suspicious of you. She thinks that there are many strange things about Yu Tianyong's death, and even a conspiracy. These days, she has been stationed outside the sovereign's tomb. She wants to see the old emperors and tell them about this matter. Do you think we should find a chance to make a move on her? Then Yu Tianjing thought of another important matter and said in a low voice, Euphia was the eldest princess. Even though the previous emperor Yu was dead, she still had a respected status in the palace. Even he did not dare to make a move on her. Many of the imperial family disciples knew that on the day of Euphia's birth, they had activated the great Yu celestial scripture and gave her a secret technique. Golden lotuses fell from the sky, and clear springs gushed from the ground. Divine light shone brightly, illuminating the sky. There were auspicious signs within 10,000 miles, and there were even strange phenomena such as dragons and phoenixes leaping and immortal cranes holding Ganoderma. A few old emperors who had reached the Tao attainment realm were also alarmed and personally gave cultivation techniques to Euphia. In terms of cultivation talent, eldest princess Euphia surpassed the younger generation of the great Yu celestial dynasty without a doubt. Therefore, many of the great Yu celestial dynasty's elders saw Euphia as their future successor. On the contrary, they did not think highly of Yulai. If something happened to Euphia, many of the elders would be alarmed, and it would cause a lot of trouble. Hearing this, Gu Changa's eyes flashed with a strange light. He then shook his head and said, It's fine. You just need to tell Euphia that you're working for me. She's very smart and will know what to do. What? Yu Tianjing was shocked. When did Euphia become Gu Changa's person? If Euphia knew that her father was killed by Gu Changa, what would she think? He suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. In the next few days, Gu Changa stayed in the palace. He claimed that he was recuperating, but he was actually building the prototype of the heavenly court in the inner verse. In fact, he had this plan a long time ago. However, the prototype of the inner verse was not complete at that time. Even if the ancient heavenly court and southern heavenly gate manifested, the effect was minimal. Gu Changa still remembered that when he was in the immortal ancient continent, he was looking for the inheritance left behind by the reincarnation ancient celestial. He happened to meet a good-for-nothing youth from the Black Sky Eagle clan named Haiming. It was not right to call him a good-for-nothing youth. After all, in terms of talent, he was much stronger than ordinary cultivators. However, he was a little mediocre in his clan. Through that youth, he spread the wedding dress immortal art and used it to control the entire clan in the immortal ancient continent. The way he manifested that time was through the prototype of the heavenly court in the inner verse that was not yet mature. Later on, he instructed Haiming to gather believers from all over the universe so that he could contact the supreme existence. However, after such a long time, there was no sign of it. It was obvious that this was not going well. After all, Gu Changa was just trying and did not expect to succeed. Now that the dark heavenly court had appeared, it was like a shadow shrouding the upper realm. To him, it was an excellent opportunity to gather believers. Boom! In the next moment, there was an explosion of bright light in front of Guchanga. A silver door appeared. It was shockingly bright, as if it was connected to another ancient world. Behind the door was a completely different world. The three ancient words, Southern Heavenly Gate, were reflected in the long river of time and space. It had a brilliant and indelible power. The majestic and solemn immortal palace stood on top of the clouds. Just one of the pillars seemed to be able to support the heavens and earth. The surrounding clouds rolled, and the chaotic aura surged. It was like the peak of the ancient universe. This was a scene that was enough to make all living things tremble. Just a trace of zero. Two of the aura here seemed to be able to crush all space-time and destroy all eternity. As Guchanga stepped in, the energy here was even more dazzling. It surged like a vast ocean. At the peak of the immortal palace, a blurry figure slowly condensed and sat there. It was extremely hazy and could not be seen clearly. There were 3,000 ancient worlds surrounding it. Countless true dragons, celestial phoenixes, white tigers, and black tortoises were lying on the ground. They seemed to be overlooking all eternity. The long river of time surged under its feet. It was as if it had gathered and flowed through all the realms in the universe. The Taoist body in the dark heavenly court was far from impressive. It's far from enough to awe the world. Guchanga frowned as he looked at this scene. However, it was still in its embryonic form. It was still waiting to be perfected. Then, in the inner universe, ancient planets with life gathered together according to Guchanga's thoughts. They turned into a majestic universe and surrounded him. In these ancient planets, buildings, pavilions, palaces, and pagodas began to rise. They were grand and ancient, and they were filled with the aura of the great Tao. The various cultivation resources that Guchanga had collected before, such as the seven-colored altar, the immortal ancient sacred tablet, the emperor's scriptures, and the supreme being's insights, all flew out and turned into a rain of light. They fell into those buildings and filled the foundation. Those who recite the true name can lead a trace of the true soul to this world and enter the dark heavenly court to attain eternal life. I am the supreme emperor of the great freedom of the beyond heavens. Guchanga burned the sacrificial runes to strengthen the rules of heaven and earth in the inner universe. At the same time, he summoned the vast power of faith from the human ancestors' palace to resonate with the cultivators in the outside world. Although he was like the master of heaven and earth here and could control everything, it was inevitable that he would cause accidents. Now that the immortal path was about to appear, all kinds of old monsters began to appear. Who knew when the aura of the immortal domain would descend and touch this world and bring some trouble? Chapter 6, 67. As Guchanga ignited the sacrificial rites, the vast power of faith gathered in the ancestral hall was activated. In the boundlessly vast upper realm, there were all sorts of shocking phenomena appearing. Many cultivators vaguely saw a group of ancient and majestic palaces floating at the end of the sky. They were richly ornamented, dazzling with immortal light. It was like a celestial capital that never fell. What was more, they heard the sound of hundreds of millions of deities chanting sutras. It was incomparably loud. Such a scene lasted for a long time. It was reflected in the sky of every heaven, causing countless cultivators to discuss in shock. They were all guessing whether this was a sign of heaven and earth. Of course, there were also people who heard the ancient, welcoming voice of the dark heavenly court and crossed the river of time to come. It was as if there was a voice telling them that they could obtain eternal life if they found the dark heavenly court. Such a voice was not only heard by ordinary cultivators. Even some supreme existences in seclusion and those who had achieved Tao sensed it. They were extremely shocked. They knew that this not only required the caster's profound cultivation base, but also an unimaginably vast amount of power of faith to be able to trigger the senses of all living beings. 17, did this mean that the dark heavenly court already had countless believers? This guess made the various forces and orthodoxies even more fearful. This also means that the dark heavenly court has already infiltrated many corners without us knowing. Even our loved ones could be believers of the dark heavenly court. Many cultivators felt chills running down their spines. Their scalps were numb. This was too terrifying. After all, from what happened in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's imperial capital that day, the dark heavenly court even dared to attack Guchanga. Thinking of this, was there anything in this world that the dark heavenly court did not dare to do? Some older cultivators sighed. I already have a premonition that the upper realm will face great changes in the near future. Perhaps the dark turmoil of ancient times will be brought by the dark heavenly court. When that time comes, even those who have achieved Tao might not be able to protect themselves. The upper realm will become even more chaotic. No one will be spared. Endless darkness will envelop the land. While the undercurrents were surging in the upper worlds, Guchanga had already left the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty and returned to the longevity Gu family. Although he announced that his injuries were serious, he should be fine judging from his battle record of fighting against 3 black-clothed Tao achievers on his own. Therefore, after returning to the longevity Gu clan, only his father and a few others came to see him. The rest of the clan elders did not appear. Today, Guchanga was like the sun in the sky. Whether it was in the upper realm or in the longevity Gu family, it was the same. Even those enlightened Tao patriarchs who usually appeared and disappeared mysteriously had to treat him with respect. They would not treat him as a junior. He left many matters regarding the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty to Yin Mei and Yu Tianjin. Yin Mei, who was in charge of the business alliance of 10,000 Daos, was very concerned about this matter. After all, the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was not comparable to the business alliance of 10,000 Daos. This was an everlasting celestial dynasty with an extremely long history in the upper worlds. The power it contained was too terrifying. Guchanga had only begun to control it and had not completely infiltrated his own people. After all, those who were in closed-door cultivation and many of the old antiques were not blind. It was impossible that they did not notice the abnormality. He could only plan slowly and not be too anxious. However, to Guchanga's surprise, Gu Qingyi actually took the initiative to look for him. Although it was only a few simple words, it was extremely rare for her. The celestial gate is about to open. The former celestial realm will appear again. The Earth isolation barrier will disappear, and everything will return to the celestial ancient realm. It seems that the upper worlds will be in chaos soon. This era is definitely not ordinary. Not only is there an opportunity to become an immortal, but there are also many strange things in the future. Gu Qingyi stood on a blue stone. Her appearance was exceptional, and she was as cold as the moon fairy. Her long sleeves fluttered in the wind, and her hair danced as she spoke softly. She seemed to be saying this intentionally, and it was rare for her to say so many words. What kind of chaos is this? Could it be that you're going to enter the celestial realm? Guchanga's expression was somewhat inexplicable, and then he asked. Even now, he could not see through Gu Qingyi's cultivation at all. One had to know that even a ruined immortal would find it difficult to conceal all of their aura in front of him. Moreover, Gu Qingyi had never concealed her aura from beginning to end. Her existence was like a cool breeze and bright moon, incomparably natural, but also like an impenetrable nothingness. She was one with everything in the world to begin with. However, Guchanga had long guessed that Gu Qingyi had a great relationship with him. Her origins were naturally extraordinary. Hearing this, Gu Qingyi raised her eyes that were like limpid autumn waters, glanced at him, lightly shook her head, and then nodded, not saying much. She understood Guchanga very well, so she was not worried that the chaos in the upper realm would affect Guchanga. Even if the immortal region appeared, it would be the same. On the contrary, little Plenilune, who was following behind her, wrinkled its small nose and said, "You irresponsible master, Sister Qingyi is here to say goodbye to you." Say goodbye to me? This time, Guchanga was a little stunned. He looked at Gu Qingyi with some confusion. You're leaving the Gu family? Although Gu Qingyi was an ancient freak of the Gu family, her true origins were unknown even to many of the ancestors. When she said that she was leaving, was she going to the immortal region or somewhere else? "I'm not leaving the Gu family. I'm just returning to where I should go," Gu Qingyi said softly. She stretched out her slender fingers and twirled the hair that fell on her temples. Gu Changa was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "Then accompany me for a walk." Gu Qingyi nodded softly, then waved her sleeve lightly. Little Plenilun's figure immediately disappeared, sent back to the small world she was in before. Then the two slowly walked down the mountain peaks side by side, towards the foot of the mountain. Clear light sprinkled down. Fog lingered, wind blew in the mountain forest, deer softly chirped, and hundreds of birds sang softly. Gu Changa did not speak, and Gu Qingyi did not speak either. The two of them casually walked on the ground, mountains and rivers under their feet. There seemed to be an indescribable, tacit understanding between them that had been maintained for thousands of years. Even though they had crossed countless epochs and trekked through endless years, it was still clearly engraved in their bones. In one day, the two of them walked through countless mountains and rivers, crossing countless divine mountains and ancient peaks. Finally, under the warm afterglow, they arrived at a vast grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see. The mountain wind blew, and the green grass here rose and fell. The sky was low, and the moon was slightly bright. It was a beautiful sight. "It's been a long time since I've carefully looked at this land." Looking at all of this, Gu Qingyi's eyes seemed to be filled with some kind of emotion. "It's also been a long time since I've looked at this land like this," Gu Changa said with a smile. "You once said the same thing." Gu Qingyi's lips curled up slightly as she said, "Do you still remember the bet we made?" "Bet? What bet?" Gu Changa raised his eyebrows. "You'll remember it sooner or later." Gu Qingyi shook her head, her eyes suddenly becoming incomparably deep. "After all, that's your ultimate goal. P.S. Caven is seriously stuck. Tonight, I'll sort out the follow-up plot and do my best to fill in all the holes that should be filled." Chapter 668. Gu Qingyi left just like that, taking little Plenilun with her. Other than Gu Changa and a few people in the Gu family, no one knew where she went. Of course, not many people in the Gu family knew of Gu Qingyi's existence, let alone care about her. What exactly is this bet? Why can't I remember? On the way back to the Gu family, Gu Changa kept thinking about this matter, his brows furrowed. He had a very deep premonition that this matter involved a lot of things. It could even be said that it involved a huge secret. However, Gu Qingyi did not go into detail. She only mentioned it and then left. Her figure turned into a rain of light and dissipated on the spot, taken away by the wind as if she had never appeared. Even the traces of her existence in this world were personally erased by her at that moment. She said those words to Gu Changa more like a spur of the moment, not a deep meaning. "I'll remember it sooner or later." Are you referring to the memory of the Devil Lord? Gu Changa shook his head gently and quickly put this matter aside, not continuing to think about it. As the saying goes, things will be straightened out when the time comes. It was useless for him to think too much now. On the contrary, Gu Qingyi reminded him that the upper realm was about to be in chaos, and the immortal territory had appeared, which interested Gu Changa. On the one hand, the epic Tao fruit he obtained was about to mature, and he could set up a shocking situation, attracting the foundations of various orthodoxies in the upper realm to help him enter the immortal territory. On the other hand, the chaos in the upper realm was a rare opportunity for the dark heavenly court to appear. The opportunity to become an immortal in the upper realm is actually the epic Tao fruit. Without my permission, who can become an immortal? Many thoughts flashed through Gu Changa's mind, but he was not worried about this. After all, the epic tree that various orthodoxies in the upper realm went on a large-scale campaign to find. Now, it was standing in his inner universe, pouring down boundless chaos chi, condensing the essence of heaven and earth, majestic and immortal. The epic Tao fruit contained the precepts of heaven and earth that the upper realm lacked. Gu Changa didn't doubt in the slightest that so long as he spread the news related to the Era Tree, it would definitely cause a stir in the upper dimensions, and it would give rise to a boundless rain of blood. Therefore, before that, he needed to be fully prepared to deal with anything. Although the immortal Tao has yet to appear, the imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies definitely have their own immortal Tao forces. Even more so for those forces that are inextricably linked to the immortal region. They definitely don't lack immortal Tao artifacts. According to the ancient records, the upper realm is actually also known as the ancestral land. Even after the Forbidden Era, the immortal domain and the upper realm were cut off from each other. However, after countless eras, there must have been many existences who used various methods to enter the lower realm or enter the immortal domain. There is never a lack of connection between the two. Thinking of this, Gu Changa frowned slightly. The longevity Gu family's foundation was unimaginably deep, and they had many connections with the immortal region, making them the most difficult force in the upper realms to pry into. However, this didn't mean that the longevity Gu family had the power to go against the entire upper dimensions. This was simply unrealistic. After returning to the longevity Gu family, Gu Changa went to the scripture pavilion to flip through many ancient records, hoping to find some scattered records about the immortal region. In the end, he found a secret that interested him very much. 80 million years ago, a force had appeared in the immortal region, wanting to guide the Gu family of this world. However, this matter had failed because the laws of heaven and earth were extremely incomplete at that time, and the immortal path was broken. This matter was clearly recorded in the ancient records. At that time, there was even a guiding immortal gate that appeared, wanting to guide the many elites and fresh blood of the Gu family. It seems that something unexpected has happened in the immortal region. Gu Changa raised his eyebrows slightly. If he wanted to confirm the immortal path's tracks in this life, he would probably have to rely on others in the end. It would be very difficult to find its location with just his own strength. Thinking of this immortal path was probably not easy to find, and the clues in this life were basically broken. Even those remnant immortals were barely hanging on, unable to determine the location of the immortal path. Some ancient existences who were proficient in the Tao of divination didn't dare to take the risk of life backlash to divine matters related to the immortal path. Since ancient times, because of divulging the secrets of heaven, there had been countless cultivators who had been struck to death by one lightning. Bai Lian, Er's father, Bai Kuan, and her junior brother, Bai Hua, are good at divination. Maybe I can let them try. Gu Changa thought of the method he used to threaten Bai Lian, before going to the demon realm. If he remembered correctly, Bai Lian, Er's father, was the demon master Bai Kuan, who had the talent to pry into the secrets of heaven. Back in the chaotic star region, he had ordered the 13 bandits to intercept his primordial purple mirror. As for his disciple, she was the extremely mysterious celestial body who had inherited his legacy and had the ability to see through mysteries. He didn't kill either of them, using them as hostages to threaten Bai Lian. Although Bai Lian didn't have any intention of rebelling, Gu Changa had always been cautious and had always left a backup plan on the two of them. I wonder if the mystic mirror and space-time steel can be used to return to the immortal ancient through the space-time coordinates. Otherwise, it's also a method. The matter of the immortal path made Gu Changa think of the 2 divine objects he obtained after killing the Child of Fate. However, if he wanted to use these 2 divine objects and traverse the long river of time, not only did he need to be extremely strong, he also needed the exact space-time coordinates. Otherwise, it was extremely easy to get lost in the long river of time, and it would be difficult to return to the real world. Moreover, even if he could return to the immortal ancient, he couldn't do anything to change the past. He could only be a passerby and witness the traces of the past. Otherwise, the slightest movement could cause a landslide or tsunami-like reaction, causing the Tao to backfire. The matter of the immortal path isn't urgent. My current strength hasn't reached the late stage of the Nirvana Tao realm. When I step onto the immortal path, I need to at least have the strength of the immortal realm. Gu Changa shook his head and temporarily put this matter aside. After arranging the matters at hand, he began to think about another matter. When he stepped into the immortal realm, he would definitely head to the immortal domain. The huge forces and energy left behind by the upper realm would definitely be handed over to others. The human ancestors' palace would undoubtedly be handed over to Jiang Chuchu. As for the myriad Tao Business Alliance and the immortal ancient continent, they would be handed over to Yin Mei. It seemed like the remaining forces would be handed over to Yu Mingkong. It wouldn't be long before she would truly take over the Wushuang immortal dynasty. A while ago, the Moon Queen of the Wushuang immortal dynasty had already sent someone to inquire about the wedding date of the two. Gu Changa had also promised Yu Mingkong that after the matters at the Great Yu immortal dynasty were settled, he would discuss this matter with her. However, it seemed like he still had many things to deal with. He was afraid that he would have to delay it for a while. After all, he would have to make a trip to the Yin End royal court sooner or later. No matter what, the Yin End origin was a substance that was comparable to the origin of the world. It was extremely rare and could help Gu Changa refine the Great Tao treasure bottle. This was something that Gu Changa would definitely want. In addition, he had previously asked Lin Qiuhan to find out about the elixir formula of the extreme purple immortal pill. As an immortal pill that only existed in legends, the extreme purple immortal pill had endless magical effects. It was even said that it could allow a cultivator to ascend to heaven. Although this was only a rumor, one could see how mysterious it was. There were a total of 9 great immortal pills in the upper realm. One of them was the extreme purple immortal pill. The elixir formula used to refine this elixir was once envied by the heavens. It was once struck into ashes by 81 heavenly thunders and disappeared in the long river of time. Later on, the supreme great medium tried all kinds of methods to gather it, but it was still lost. Although Gu Changa himself might not need this elixir, he might step into the immortal realm someday and leave the upper realm. Many of his family members and lovers in the upper realm might need this elixir. Therefore, he was still quite concerned about this. After Lin Qiuhan sent back the news from the extreme purple pill sect, he sent people to search for traces of this elixir formula. In the following few days, Gu Changa arranged the many things at hand one by one and began to set off for the Wushuang immortal dynasty. Previously, when he was still in the sword profound great world, he had sent the 7 heaven-wielding artifacts to Yu Mingkong, asking her to help condense the key. Now he was not sure how far Yu Mingkong had gone. Chapter 669. The Wushuang immortal dynasty was located in the central region of the upper world. It was vast and had the title of the number 1 immortal dynasty in the upper world. Even the Great Yu immortal dynasty was far inferior to the Wushuang immortal dynasty in terms of national strength. There were many ancient countries and divine dynasties in this world. Since they dared to use the name Wushuang, they naturally had to bear the karma that they should bear. They needed a great amount of courage and foundation to suppress it. From this, one could see the confidence and strength of the previous emperor of the Wushuang immortal dynasty. Throughout the tens of thousands of eras, the Wushuang immortal dynasty had existed for a long time, and the most prosperous place in the Wushuang immortal dynasty was none other than the imperial city. It was majestic, like a celestial palace in the mortal world. It was brilliant and shrouded in immortal fog, making it difficult to see clearly. Too many divine mountains and ancient peaks rose and fell. Silver waterfalls fell, and cornices hung, shrouded in chaotic fog. It was incomparably grand. During these years, Chu Diyu Mingkong established the Immortal Department, and the Starnet Department. She assigned 365 commanders to be in charge of punishment, patrolling, and defense. It could be said that they each had their own duties. The entire imperial city was under her management. It was orderly and orderly. She combined many of the previous emperor's methods and concluded a new method of governing the common people, which made many of the older generation exclaim in admiration. Now, in the Wushuang immortal dynasty, There was no cultivator who didn't have a look of reverence when they mentioned Yu Mingkong. In the future, she would be the Empress Wu Shuang. This was basically the consensus of everyone. Yu Mingkong's father, who was the current Moon Emperor, had already retired behind the scenes. Therefore, many of the affairs of the Wu Shuang immortal dynasty were handed over to Yu Mingkong. In the eyes of many ministers, Yu Mingkong's prestige was even greater than that of her father, the Moon Queen. At such a young age, she already had the peerless charm of an empress. At this moment, in the depths of the Wu Shuang immortal dynasty's imperial city, there was an extremely majestic and ancient palace. Yu Mingkong wore a loose robe and sat on a phoenix couch. Her face was like a painting. Her black hair was tied up, revealing a delicate, snow-white neck. Her eyebrows were like jade, and her eyes were deep and calm. She was flipping through many memorials. Below her were a few female officials who had been selected through layers of selection and were highly regarded by her. Currently, he was reporting in a low voice about the unparalleled immortal dynasty, the various orthodoxies in the upper realm and Guchanga. News about the dark heavenly court is spreading among the orthodoxies, causing great panic. Your Majesty, should we make preparations to prevent the dark heavens from infiltrating our unparalleled immortal dynasty? A female official softly asked as she looked up at Yu Mingkong. Her tone was filled with respect. Dark heavenly court? 5:20. When Yu Mingkong heard this, she did not raise her head. She only opened her mouth slightly and said, "Don't worry about it." During this period of time, she had never left the royal capital of the Wu Shuang immortal dynasty. However, nothing that happened in the upper realm could be hidden from her eyes. In Yu Mingkong's opinion, the appearance of the dark heavenly court was definitely related to Guchanga. There was even a high possibility that Guchanga was the one behind all this. He was actually the master behind the scenes of the dark heavenly court. Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing this, although the female official was puzzled, she did not dare to ask more. Although the appearance of the dark heavenly court had the tendency of causing chaos in the upper realm, it was still far from enough to shake the foundation of a supreme immortal dynasty. In her opinion, Yu Mingkong was so confident that they did not need to worry about the dark heavenly court at all. "Oh, right, Your Majesty. I heard news from the Gu clan that young Master Chunga's injuries are almost healed. A few days ago, he left the Gu clan. Looking at the direction, it seems that he is coming to see you." The female official seemed to have suddenly thought of something else and reported softly, "I know." Yu Mingkong nodded. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, but she quickly recovered. In fact, as early as a few months ago, when she received the 7 heaven-wielding artifacts sent by Guchanga from the sword Mystery Great World, she understood that Guchanga was already planning to make a move on the Immortal Palace's secret treasure. In her previous life, it was also right before the two's wedding date that Guchanga started to send people to search for all the clues of the 7 heaven-wielding artifacts. Therefore, it seemed that the timeline had been pushed forward by a full 3,000 years. Although Yu Mingkong was reborn, many things had changed in her previous life. However, the development of many things in this life had deviated from the original track, making it impossible for her to determine if it would still be the same as what she had experienced in the future. Moreover, during this period of time, especially when she closed her eyes to rest, inexplicable scenes would always appear in Yu Mingkong's mind. She saw herself, but it was not her. Instead, it was in a distant and unknown place, deep and sacred, vast and ancient. Eternal sky, one day of wind and moon. At that time, she seemed to have changed into a different person. She was cold and aloof, like a god, standing above the 9 heavens, overlooking the vast expanse of life. Those scenes were not very clear, so much so that at times they were only a few blurry fragments. She also guessed that these scenes were memories left behind from her previous life. But after thinking about it, the possibility was not high. After all, from when she was killed by Guchanga to when she was reborn half a year before Guchanga returned from the lower realm, she clearly remembered everything that happened during this period of time. It was as if it was engraved in the deepest part of her soul. Therefore, how those blurry scenes came about was obviously unrelated to her previous life. A dream of thousands of autumns. What year is it today? The dream of reincarnation immortal technique. Yu Mingkong thought of this and suddenly felt a little tired. She waved her hand and dismissed all the female officials and maids in the palace. This was an extremely mysterious technique, which appeared together with the scenes that appeared in her mind during this period of time. She did not know the origin of this technique at all. This made Yu Mingkong very puzzled, and even worried about this. She was guessing what was going on with her rebirth. Where did this mysterious technique come from? Why did it appear? From the various things that happened today, if she really was reborn thousands of years ago, then why did so many things evolve and develop, always deviating from the trajectory of her previous life? Just by looking at Gu Changa's various actions, she could see a lot of things. Not to mention that sometimes some things that she thought were already destined would always have unexpected changes. Although the battle of the 8 desolates 10 regions in the upper realm did not change the outcome much, it was brought forward by nearly 1,000 years. The birth of the Immortal Academy and the imperial court of Ju-in was the same. Therefore, sometimes Yu Mingkong could not help but wonder if the scenes she experienced in her previous life were real. Was it a dream of golden millet? Or was it the moon in the mirror? Or the butterfly in Zhuangzhou's dream? Or was it a corner of the future that she caught in the unseen? Even if she did not take the initiative to think about these questions, during this period of time, they would involuntarily appear. If I confess to Changa about my rebirth, how will he think of me? Will he think that I approached him with the intention of revenge from the beginning? It was not easy for him to trust me. I don't want to destroy our current relationship. Yu Mingkong actually had her own thoughts in her heart. Regardless of whether her rebirth was real or not, her current relationship with Gu Changa could not be faked. Gu Changa also promised her that after the matters in the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty were settled, he would come to the Wushuang Celestial Dynasty to discuss the wedding date with her. This was the thing that she looked forward to the most after waiting for 3,000 years in her previous life. Now that it was in front of her and was about to be within reach, she was a little worried about her gains and losses. Just as Yu Mingkong's thoughts were in turmoil, outside the palace, a light laugh suddenly sounded. I haven't seen you for a few months. I miss you. Mingkong, are you missing your husband? Gu Changa walked over slowly with many female officials following behind her. They looked hesitant and conflicted. According to Yu Mingkong's instructions, without her permission, no one was allowed to barge in. However, the person who came was Gu Changa, and also Yu Mingkong's fiancé. In such a huge Wushuang Celestial Dynasty, who dared to stop him? Hence, they were also very conflicted and were a little worried that Yu Mingkong would scold them. Changa, you're here? Yu Mingkong did not expect Gu Changa to come so quickly. She looked up with some surprise. She thought that Gu Changa would take a few days to arrive here. However, on second thought, Gu Changa's current cultivation was comparable to that of a remnant immortal. Tearing through the universe and rushing over was also a matter of a blink of an eye. Although this journey was vast, it was nothing to him now. I'm here. Gu Changa smiled and waved his hand to signal the female officials behind him to leave. The two of them had actually been separated for a long time, although they were in contact with each other through letters. How could it be compared to meeting again? As the saying goes, absence makes the heart grow fonder. It was not without reason. At this moment, even Gu Changa had a lot of things to say to Yu Mingkong. He had to admit that in the beginning he treated this woman with the mentality of making use of her. However, as he gradually got to know her, he understood what deep feelings were. After all, he was not really heartless to face such a passionate and sincere woman who was willing to go against the entire world for him. How could he be indifferent? I thought you would only arrive in a few days. Have you been tired from the journey? Yu Mingkong stood up from the phoenix couch. Her originally serious and beautiful face could not help but reveal a smile. She walked over naturally and smoothed out Gu Changa's wrinkled collar. Gu Changa smiled and said, "Coming to see you, how can I be tired?" As he spoke, he very naturally held her slender waist. Yu Mingkong glanced at him, but did not pay attention to his actions. Instead, her eyes rippled with some expectation and said, You came to see me. Is there something you need?" In fact, she already knew the answer, but she just wanted to hear the answer from Gu Changa's mouth. "Naturally, it's to discuss our wedding date. I don't want you to wait too long." Gu Changa smiled and tucked a strand of hair on her forehead behind her ear. "Don't want me to wait too long." Yu Mingkong's heart suddenly felt a little sour. If she could hear these words earlier in her previous life, then she really would not have to wait 3,000 years and then be cruelly killed by him on their wedding night. "You're not lying to me this time, right?" Yu Mingkong stared blankly at him and suddenly said softly. Gu Changa did not seem to notice that again in her tone. He smiled and said, "Mingkong, why would you say that? When have I ever lied to you?" He knew that Yu Mingkong's words were actually filled with the emotions of her previous life. However, for the sake of the harmony between the two of them, Gu Changa did not want to reveal the secret of her rebirth. After all, some things buried in the ground would sooner or later rot and scatter, as long as they were not dug up, just like how Yu Mingkong had always known his methods, how he had previously trapped and killed many supreme martial artists, how he had put the blame of the inheritor of the demonic arts on others. But she had never said anything, pretending not to know. Between the two of them, from beginning to end, they had maintained this tacit understanding of clearly knowing everything, but pretending to be ignorant in front of each other. "You've lied to me about many things." Yu Mingkong also quickly noticed the loophole in her words just now. However, she did not care. She glared at Gu Changa and said, "You've never told me about the relationship between you and the saintess of the human ancestor palace, Jiang Chu Chu. When you went to the Yao realm, you were also entangled with the Yao realm's Empress Xiao. You also did not tell me, and don't say anything else. I know everything." Gu Changa felt a slight headache. Then he gently shook his head and smiled, saying, "If you want to know, I can tell you. But I think that you would not care about these things. When did even you become jealous? I also think that I would not care. After all, whether it is now or in the future, I will be your legal wife, and the others can only be considered concubines at most. But when I think about how when I am not by your side there will always be orioles and swallows around you, I will even want to kill them." Yu Mingkong also shook her head and said this in a very calm tone. Her personality had always been strong and domineering. In some aspects she was even a little indifferent, so it was not surprising that she would do such a thing. Moreover, Gu Changa had not reached the level of indifference that was carved into his bones like in his previous life. He had always welcomed all kinds of beautiful women around him. "Then why don't you always stay by my side?" Gu Changa could not help but chuckle when he heard this, as if he did not hear the hidden bitterness in her words at all. "But you will eventually leave the upper realm. If I leave with you, who will take care of the foundation that you have built all these years? Or do you not care at all, and just let the foundation that you have destroyed collapse just like that?" Yu Mingkong shook her head and rolled her eyes at him. She understood the meaning of Gu Changa's teasing. With Gu Changa's cultivation at this level, he would break through the immortal Tao realm sooner or later. And now that the immortal path was about to appear, the ancient existences of various forces and orthodoxies were eager to find that path. In the near future, the upper realm would be in chaos. Gu Changa would definitely take this opportunity to take that step and then leave the upper realm. Therefore, she had to think of a way to at least let Gu Changa leave without any worries. "Mingkong, you are so kind, so considerate of me." Hearing Yu Mingkong's words, Gu Changa was stunned at first, then he smiled and could not help but reach out and pull her into his arms. In fact, he did not expect Yu Mingkong to have this plan long ago, and he was still a little touched in his heart. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? In the next few days, Gu Changa stayed in Yu Mingkong's bedroom leisurely and did not show up. Although many cultivators in the Wushuang immortal dynasty knew that Gu Chang'e was here, no one dared to come and disturb him. Even the Moon Queen and many ancient existences of the Wushuang immortal dynasty were happy to see this scene. Chapter 670. The marriage alliance between the longevity Gu clan and the peerless immortal dynasty had already caused dissatisfaction among many orthodoxies more than 10 years ago. However, they were intimidated by the ancient power of the two clans and their unfathomable foundation. The various orthodoxies did not dare to say much, for fear of being retaliated by the two clans. Now, Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong had also reached the marriageable age. Both clans wanted to let the two of them get married. Gu Chang'e came all the way from the longevity Gu clan to the peerless immortal dynasty. He did not deliberately hide his tracks, so the orthodoxies all noticed him and guessed his purpose for coming here. Some people felt that the reason why Gu Chang'e went to the Wushuang immortal dynasty was because she wanted to discuss the wedding date with Yu Mingkong. The two of them were a match made in heaven, a match made in heaven. In terms of reputation and status, it was difficult to find someone comparable to Gu Chang'e in the entire upper realm. Even the patriarchs of the various clans and forces had to be polite in front of Gu Chang'e, not daring to overstep their boundaries. To the younger generation, Gu Chang'e had already become a terrifying demonic mountain that was difficult to surpass. There was a huge gap between the two of them, and it was difficult to see their backs. Although Yu Mingkong was also part of the younger generation, in terms of power, she had already surpassed almost all of her peers. They were on equal footing with many sacred masters and sect masters of the great sections. Other than her, there were probably not many in the younger generation who were worthy of Gu Chang'e. The orthodoxies in the outside world were discussing this matter and paying close attention to the peerless immortal dynasty. However, in the next few days, even the ministers and female officials in the court could not see Yu Mingkong. The Moon Empress was personally handling the several court meetings. She did not retreat behind the scenes like she did in the past. Regarding this, various guesses appeared. Some said that the Crown Prince Yu Mingkong was cultivating a divine skill and needed to go into seclusion for a period of time. There were also people who said that she and Gu Chang'e were together and were discussing cultivation methods. They discussed with each other so that they could go further on this path. However, during this period of time, Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong did not do anything. Naturally, they did not cultivate. He accompanied Yu Mingkong as they left the royal capital of the Wushuang immortal dynasty, traveling to many corners of the upper world. The two of them were like a celestial couple. The mountains and rivers were magnificent, and the world was beautiful. Their footprints were left behind. All over the place, there were creatures and cultivators who discovered the traces left behind by Gu Chang'e and Yu Mingkong. Many young cultivators were even more excited and worshipped those places, leaving them for future generations to worship. Regardless of whether it was Gu Chang'e or Yu Mingkong, they would definitely be the main characters of this world in the future. They could reach an inconceivable realm. The tracks they left behind were naturally no small matter. Yu Mingkong was very satisfied and very happy. The smile on her face almost never stopped. Gu Chang'e made up for many of her regrets. Whether it was in her previous life or now, she never thought that there would be a day like this where she could be together with her beloved and their traces spread all over the world. Walking in the mortal world, living in seclusion by the lake, living in seclusion in the mountain village, like an old couple. They worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. The man plowed and the woman weaved, peaceful and peaceful. This kind of life also made up for the many years that Gu Chang'e owed Yu Mingkong in his heart. Compared to the mutual deception between cultivators, he actually liked this kind of life, but he understood that this kind of life would not last for long. The two of them traveled all over the upper world and also went to some forbidden areas. They stopped outside and had the intention to continue, but in the end they gave up. Gu Chang'e only wanted to quietly accompany Yu Mingkong through this world and did not want to cause any more trouble. At his current level, even if there were many forbidden areas in the upper world, He could safely enter them as if they were flat ground, unless there was a hidden power that surpassed the immortal realm. Just like this, half a year later, Yuminkong and Gu Chang'e returned to the peerless immortal dynasty. On the day she returned to the imperial capital, the Moon Empress appeared and personally passed down the throne to her daughter Yuminkong in front of all the civil and military officials of the immortal dynasty. This decision shocked the entire peerless immortal dynasty, including all the orthodoxies who were paying close attention to this matter. They were also shocked and felt that it was unbelievable. In their opinion, although Yuminkong was the crown princess, she was still young, only in her 20s. Even her cultivation was not enough. So how could she completely control the entire immortal dynasty? After all, not everyone in the younger generation could be like Gu Chang'e. At such a young age, he had the strength to dominate the older generation. Although Yuminkong had managed the Wushuang immortal dynasty well during this period of time, she was still lacking something. Compared to the leaders of the imperishable sects and supreme Taoism orthodoxies, she was too young, inexperienced, and weak. However, on the day the Moon Queen gave the order to abdicate the throne, begging for fresh flowers, Gu Chang'e, who had disappeared for a period of time in the upper world, appeared once again. He accompanied Yuminkong to the unparalleled immortal dynasty's imperial palace. After he appeared, he did not do anything. He simply told the officials about the matter and announced the date of his marriage with Yuminkong. The two of them decided to hold their wedding in half a year's time. When the time came, they would invite almost all of the orthodoxies in the upper realm. The moment this matter was announced, it instantly caused a huge commotion. The officials of the unparalleled immortal dynasty were all shaken. The news spread quickly as if it had grown wings, causing a huge earthquake everywhere. In almost every ancient city, there were cultivators discussing this matter. They were looking forward to the wedding of Gu Chang'e and Yuminkong in half a year's time. Many orthodoxies that were extremely far away from the territories of the unparalleled immortal dynasty and the longevity Gu clan began to send their disciples and elders over on that day with heavy gifts. They planned to make it in time for the wedding in half a year's time. The marriage alliance between the unparalleled immortal dynasty and the longevity Gu clan was an unimaginable matter, especially when Gu Chang'e was among the two of them who were getting married. He was fully deserving of being the leader of the upper realm. This news swept through like a hurricane. All the cultivators who heard about it were shocked. After Gu Chang'e appeared in the unparalleled immortal dynasty, many of the officials who had objections to the Moon Queen's abdication of the throne also shut up. After all, with Gu Chang'e supporting Yuminkong, who would dare to say a word? From then on, Yuminkong became the new empress and was respectfully called Minkong Empress by the entire unparalleled immortal dynasty. She became one of the few people in the history of the upper realm who ruled an unparalleled immortal dynasty in her 20s. The orthodoxies of the various orthodoxies also sent congratulatory gifts at the first moment to express their goodwill. Half a year later, Yuminkong would be Gu Chang'e's wife. The power behind her was simply beyond imagination. Hence, the various powers did not dare to offend her easily and tried their best to curry favor with her. And just as a huge commotion was caused in the upper realm because of this matter, in a palace in the unparalleled immortal dynasty's imperial capital, Yuminkong was frowning slightly. She shook out several brilliant divine lights from her jade-like hands and floated in the air. She spoke to Gu Chang'e, who was behind her. Of the 7 heaven-wielding artifacts you sent, I have only condensed 4 of them so far. There are still 3 that are very difficult to condense. They are the heaven-wielding pagoda, heaven-wielding sword, and heaven-wielding bottle. Chapter 671. Inside the palace, divine light shone brilliantly, illuminating the surroundings like a ball of flowing starlight, interweaving and gathering in the void. There was an indescribable rule of law condensing. Heaven-wielding artifacts appeared one after another, emitting different halos and Tao laws. They floated up and down, containing unimaginable power, as if they could collapse the void and obliterate everything. These were heaven-wielding artifacts that had been passed down since before the immortal ancient era. They were known to have the power of heaven-wielding, and the refining method was unknown. There was even a saying that the heaven-wielding artifacts were innate objects. However, such sayings were very rare. As for whether it was true or false, there was no way to know. Gathering 7 heaven-wielding artifacts could even condense a heaven-wielding key to open the Immortal Palace's secret treasure. The Immortal Palace's secret treasure had always been a rumor in the Upper Realm for countless years because it involved the Immortal Palace before the Forbidden Era. At that time, the Immortal Domain and the Upper Realm had yet to be separated. The entire world was ruled by the Immortal Palace. Its territory was endless, unimaginable. All the cultivators and creatures were the citizens of the Immortal Palace. They were protected and worry-free for thousands of years. If it wasn't for the great calamity that swept through the entire world, causing the Immortal Palace to collapse and the River of Time to dry up, everything would have collapsed in the chaos. Even the world was buried and destroyed, becoming a taboo era. No one dared to mention it again. The people of the later generations called that era the Forbidden Era, and the Immortal Palace's secret treasure was the treasure that the Immortal Palace had accumulated over countless eras. The immortal treasures and divine objects hidden within exceeded the imagination of all the cultivators in this world. To put it bluntly, if the news of the Immortal Palace's secret treasure leaked out, it would definitely set off a boundless rain of blood. Perhaps even the Immortal Domain would be alarmed. Only by gathering all 7 heaven-wielding artifacts could be possible to find the location of the Immortal Palace's secret treasure. However, during this period of time, Yu Minkong had used many methods and only condensed 4 heaven-wielding artifacts. If she wanted to completely condense all 7 heaven-wielding artifacts and refine the key, she would need to spend more time and effort. It's fine. Leave the heaven-wielding sword, heaven-wielding bottle, and heaven-wielding pagoda to me. It seems that I have underestimated the difficulty of this matter. However, there is no need to rush now. I'm afraid that the treasure of the Immortal Palace is not in the Upper Realm. Gu Changa shook his head and said. He looked at the many halos that were flashing gently in the void. With a sweep of his sleeve, he collected them all. Since Yu Minkong couldn't refine the key now, he could only wait until there was time. Changa, do you think the secret of the Immortal Palace is real or fake? Why did the Celestial Palace that once ruled the heavens collapse? Even the immortal master of the Celestial Palace was buried in the River of Time. Yu Minkong frowned and couldn't help but ask. In truth, from the perspective of origins, the Wushuang Immortal Dynasty had a great connection with the Immortal Palace of the past. When she was young, she had flipped through ancient scrolls and learned of the death of the Immortal Palace Lord. At that time, she was extremely shocked. She didn't expect that the master of the Immortal Palace, who once ruled the heavens, didn't die at the end of his life. Instead, he suffered an unimaginable Tao injury. In the end, he was buried in the coffin of the 9 heavens, buried in the River of Time. At that time, the palace of the Immortal Palace Lord was buried in the depths of the ancestral grounds of the Wushuang Immortal Dynasty. That palace was extremely mysterious. Usually, one wouldn't be able to see it. Even the master of the Wushuang Immortal Dynasty didn't have the qualifications to enter. It was said that the palace was connected to a mysterious river. Following that river, one could send one to the depths of the universe. Maybe the Immortal Palace Lord encountered a great enemy. Hasn't this been a guess all along? Gu Changa laughed when he heard this. He actually knew a lot about the Forbidden Era. After all, the Devil Lord was his previous incarnation. But why would the Demon Lord cut off that era and destroy the world? Until now, he didn't have any memory of it. He also didn't know the reason. Naturally, in Gu Changa's opinion, it was just that the time wasn't right yet. Even the master of the Immortal Palace Lord encountered an unimaginable great enemy. There are truly too many things in this world that we don't understand. Yu Minkong's gaze was a little absent-minded. She thought of the scenes from a while ago. If that was really the case, Then was there really an invisible existence in this world that was controlling everything, including her rebirth? Otherwise, how could she explain the great dream, reversal immortal art that suddenly appeared in her mind during this period of time? Instead of thinking about this now, why don't you think about how to hold our wedding in half a year? Gu Changa smiled. He held her jade-like hand and gently squeezed it to make her come back to her senses. Yu Mingkong glanced at him, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. Half a year later, she had been looking forward to it. After leaving the imperial capital, Gu Changa took Ada and tore through the universe, heading directly to the heavenly region where the human ancestors' hall was located. Whether it was the dark heavenly court's divine manifestation or going to see Jiang Chuchu, he couldn't avoid returning to the human ancestors' hall. News of his wedding with Yu Mingkong had already spread throughout the upper world. Jiang Chuchu, who was cultivating in the human ancestors' hall, definitely knew about it as well. With his personality, if Gu Changa didn't tell him about it, he might even hate her out of love. Unlike Yu Mingkong, who dared to love and hate, Jiang Chuchu hid his thoughts in his heart most of the time and didn't express them. So sometimes he would do impulsive things without caring about the consequences. Moreover, the golden cauldron of fortune that had been placed in the human ancestors' hallback then should have absorbed all the fortune by now. Gu Changa planned to conduct the second dark heavenly court's divine manifestation. During this period of time, he could already sense strands of telekinesis gathering in this world. They came from the living beings and cultivators who had heard the sacrificial rites a while ago. Although these telekinesis were still very weak and not enough to touch the dark heavenly court hidden in the inner universe, it was more like a strand of true soul entering. However, to Gu Changa, these telekinesis represented great potential in the future. They were all his future devout believers. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Half a month later, in the human ancestors' hall at the center of the heaven region, Jiang Chuchu, who was dressed in white and had black hair like a waterfall, sat cross-legged in the hall with a cold and calm expression. However, he seemed a little thin and haggard. A hazy female immortal figure appeared around him, and a terrifying aura filled the air. In the hall, strands of silver power of faith gathered from various heavens in the upper world. It was incomparably vast, and it turned into a silver Wangyang that floated here. During this period of time, the Een Heaven's calamity in many places had been quelled, and the human ancestors' hall's reputation had risen to another level. However, at this moment, Jiang Chuchu, who was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed, suddenly let out a muffled groan. Her face suddenly paled, and dark red blood stains spread out on her white robes. It was extremely glaring. She slowly opened her eyes. Her originally clear eyes were now filled with tiredness and blood. "Am I possessed again?" Jiang Chuchu murmured softly. She frowned slightly, as if asking herself. However, very soon, she took out a clean handkerchief and wiped the bloodstains at the corner of her mouth. She looked very familiar and natural. During this period of time, she had always found it difficult to enter a meditative state. Even if she forced herself to enter a meditative state, she would be disturbed by various distracting thoughts that appeared in her mind. This was something that she had never dared to imagine in her past years of cultivation. She had the 7 orifices, exquisite, immortal heart, and she had the talent to see through all the truth and falsehood in the world. The so-called inner demons did not exist in her eyes at all. However, in these few days, she had been possessed by the devil. Her heart was in a mess, and she could not calm down. Jiang Chuchu even felt that her Taoist heart was broken. It was no longer as perfect as before, and many cracks had appeared on it. He's going to marry his fiancée in half a year's time, but he promised that he'll marry me. When she thought of this, Jiang Chuchu's eyes suddenly became a little dazed, and the light in her eyes dimmed. She clutched her chest, feeling waves of suffocation and discomfort. Chapter 672. In the human ancestors' hall, Jiang Chuchu's hair was like a waterfall. Her small face was thin, and she looked extremely haggard. She muttered softly, but her mind was elsewhere. All this time, she had been telling herself that Gu Changa's fiancé was Yu Mingkong. Both of them had completed their cultivation, so it was only natural that they would hold their wedding half a year later. What did this have to do with her, an outsider? However, she could not hide the disappointment, confusion, unwillingness, and helplessness in her heart. Everyone in the upper realm knew about the relationship between Gu Changa and Yu Mingkong. She was the saintess of the human ancestor hall, representing purity and purity. She was untainted by the mortal world. So how could she possibly fall in love like a mortal? How could she fall in love with the great demon Gu Changa without hesitation? Moreover, she hated Gu Changa to the core from the very beginning. She was also very familiar with Gu Changa's background. Gu Changa was the most well-hidden inheritor of the demonic arts. He was the driving force behind the changes in the upper realm. He was an out-and-out demon. Not only did he kill the young supremes of various clans and steal their origins, but he also schemed against the human ancestors' reincarnation and destroyed it in the lower realm. He then replaced it. Countless cultivator orthodoxies in the upper realm were toyed with in the palm of his hand. Such a person was destined to stand on the opposite side of her, to be her enemy from the moment she was born. However, in the end, she fell in love with him as if fate had played a trick on her. She could not extricate herself from this and was obsessed with him. Your Highness, Saintess, what happened to your Dao injury? Just as Jiang Chuchu's heart was filled with melancholy, the elders outside the hall heard the commotion and walked in. They could not help but sigh softly when they saw her haggard appearance. During this period, they had seen Jiang Chuchu's various abnormalities. Naturally, they knew what was going on. As the human ancestors' hall's saintess, she fell in love with a man. Furthermore, this man turned out to be Gu Changa, whose power and influence shook the entire upper realm. Jiang Chuchu should never have fallen in love with Gu Changa, especially when Gu Changa had another identity, which was the reincarnation of the human ancestor. Many of the human ancestors' hall elders knew that the human ancestors' reincarnation was a lie. It was only to stabilize the pious hearts of the upper realms, cultivators, and living beings. However, to the outside world, Gu Changa was the reincarnation of the Run ancestor. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely shake the hearts of the people. It might even cause the mortal ancestral hall to be mocked by the various races and factions, becoming a laughingstock. Furthermore, according to the rules of the human ancestor palace, as a saintess, Jiang Chuchu had to maintain her purity. She had already violated the rules. In fact, she would be punished and stripped of her position as the saintess of the human ancestor hall. But within a short period of time, the human ancestor palace was unable to find a second suitable candidate for saintess. There had been no news of the other saintess, Wang Zijin, ever since she returned to the longevity Wang family. Now, even the human ancestor palace did not know her whereabouts. Everything was handled by Jiang Chuchu alone. In this regard, the various elders could only turn a blind eye and pretend that they did not know anything. My injury is not serious. Jiang Chuchu waved her hand. Her expression had returned to normal. It was cold and calm, as if she did not eat the food of mortals. The elder sighed in his heart and shook his head. Of all the things in the world, only love is the most hurtful. I hope your saintess has already thought it through and will not continue to be so stubborn. With that, she turned and walked out of the hall. However, she had only taken a few steps when her eyes suddenly widened. She was extremely shocked, as if she had seen something unbelievable. This, the human ancestor palace elder's mouth, was half open. He looked at the tall figure walking in from outside the hall and was speechless for a long time. Didn't Gu Changa just set a wedding date with the Mingkong Empress of the peerless immortal dynasty? Why did he come to the human ancestor palace? Was he not afraid of arousing suspicion by doing this? However, she was also a shrewd person. After living for so long, her eyelashes were empty. She did not dare to think too much and hurriedly cupped her hands and bowed. This old one greets, young Master Changa. Hearing this voice, Jiang Chu-chu, who was thinking about something with her eyes lowered, was suddenly stunned. She wondered if she had heard wrongly. She quickly reacted and hurriedly turned around to look at the entrance of the hall. Her originally calm and cold eyes seemed to be wrinkled by the wind, and ripples appeared. A man in black walked in slowly with a smile on his face. He had a gentle feeling that made people feel as if they were bathed in the spring breeze. His every move seemed to carry the charm of Tao and immortality. "Chong, Gu Changa," Jiang Chu-chu muttered, as if she could not believe the scene before her eyes. Just as the wedding date was approaching, Gu Changa actually traveled hundreds of millions of miles to come here to see her? All of this seemed like a dream to her. She found it hard to believe that it was real. Was Gu Changa not afraid of arousing Yu Mingkong's dissatisfaction or arousing suspicion by doing this? However, such thoughts only flashed through her mind for a moment before they were quickly filled with surprise and joy. "Chu-chu, I'm here to see you." Gu Changa did not seem to notice the elder beside him. He smiled and spoke. The elder of the human ancestor palace was a little stunned and felt a little awkward. However, he still pretended not to hear and hurriedly left quietly. He did not dare to stay for long and disturb the two of them. Although the human ancestor palace had a rule that the holy maiden had to maintain her purity, in the face of absolute strength, any rule could be broken. Obviously, Gu Changa now had such strength. Even though the other elders knew about this, they did not dare to say anything. Soon the palace fell silent. Only the vast sea of silver power of faith surged and churned. Jiang Chu-chu stared blankly at Gu Changa, who was right in front of her. At this moment, she seemed to have thousands of words to say. "You, why are you here?" However, in the end, all the words were gathered into one sentence. She lowered her eyes and her black hair fell, making her face seem even thinner. "How did you get a Tao injury? During this time, did anyone hurt you?" Gu Changa did not directly answer. He glanced at her and frowned. He did not answer the question directly. Naturally, he could see that 523 Jiang Chu-chu's injury was caused by qi deviation. If he did not ask, he definitely could not ask so directly. "No, how could anyone hurt me? My injury is fine. It won't affect me." Jiang Chu-chu was a little stunned. She could sense the worry and concern in Gu Changa's words. Originally, she still had some resentment towards him, but her tone could not help but lower, and she seemed a little soft. After all, Gu Changa had rushed over at this time and was so concerned about her. How could he not care about her and casually leave her behind? "Is there a problem with your cultivation? I have the million-year-old heavenly spirit Xuanji that I brought from the 8 Desolation 10 regions. Even if it is a Tao injury, it can heal." Gu Changa heard this and sighed softly. Then, without waiting for Jiang Chu-chu's permission, he took out a crystal clear jade box and handed it to her. "I know. During this period of time, I was a little confused, but I should be fine now." Jiang Chu-chu nodded and raised a pair of sparkling eyes. With the unconcealable joy of a deer, she carefully put away the jade box. Then, seeing that Gu Changa seemed to be slightly relieved, she could not help but ask with some expectation and caution, "You promised me you won't leave me behind, right?" Although in front of outsiders, she was the cold and proud holy maiden of the human ancestor hall, in front of Gu Changa, she was as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Chapter 673. You won't leave me behind, right? Jiang Chu-chu's expression was a little hopeful. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at Gu Changa, as if she was afraid to hear any rejection from him. She grew up in the human ancestors' hall and was instilled with the ideals of benevolence, righteousness, and morality. She lived to protect the righteous path and the human ancestors' hall. Before she met Gu Changa, she had always thought so. However, some things like light would always shine through the broken barrier, bringing her novelty and joy. Since then, She understood that good and evil were not the only things in this world. If one simply judged a person based on good and evil, it would be too arbitrary and too casual. To the heavens of the upper realm, Gu Changa was a heinous devil. However, every time she encountered a crisis, trouble, or life-threatening danger, Gu Changa would always appear to solve everything for her and take care of all problems for her. For her, could she say that Gu Changa was evil in this way? Therefore, even though she knew that she would violate the rules of the human ancestors' hall by being partial to Gu Changa, she would betray her master. However, she still did it without hesitation. I came to see you to tell you about this, so that you won't think too much. When Gu Changa heard this, he seemed to sigh softly. He reached out and tucked the strands of hair on both sides of her face behind her ears. You've lost so much weight. What do you want to tell me? Jiang Chu stood rooted to the ground in a daze. She lowered her eyes and allowed Gu Changa to tuck her hair behind her ears. She was inexplicably looking forward to it, even though she knew that their relationship was difficult to make public. However, Gu Changa rushed over from hundreds of millions of miles away just to prevent her from thinking too much. This showed how much she meant to Gu Changa. You should have heard about my marriage with Minkong, but there are some details that I want to tell you. Gu Changa gently shook his head. If this matter was not handled properly, Jiang Chu would inevitably have a conflict with Yu Minkong in the future. Even though the mortal ancestor palace was located in a transcendent place, in terms of strength, it was far inferior to the peerless immortal dynasty and the other orthodoxies. If there was a conflict because of such a small matter, it would not be worth it for Gu Changa. He didn't want to see such a situation. Furthermore, no one knew if he was still in the upper realm at that time. Details? Jiang Chu blinked, as if he was listening to Gu Changa. Although Minkong's methods are shocking, wanting to control the unparalleled immortal dynasty at such a young age, there are many criticisms. She lacks a strong backing, and if I didn't help her, those officials wouldn't have kept their mouths shut. Gu Changa sighed as he explained. So, your marriage with her is actually just to stabilize her current position and help her sit on the throne of the peerless immortal dynasty faster? After hearing Gu Changa's explanation, Jiang Chu suddenly understood and said in a daze, After all, Gu Changa and Yu Minkong were only a fiancé and fiancée. Even if there was such a relationship, it couldn't change anything. But once Gu Changa and Yu Minkong got married, their relationship would naturally be different from before. Many of the ministers who had been critical of Yu Minkong before could only shut their mouths and remain silent, not daring to say anything more. Thinking about it this way, her mood suddenly became much better. With such a relationship, the upper realm is about to change. Maybe in the near future, I will leave the upper realm. So, there are some things that I need to tell you. Of course. I also don't want you to worry. Gu Changa nodded. Then, you promised me that you would marry me. When is that? Although Jiang Chu was as pure as a blank piece of paper when it came to relationships, it didn't mean that she was stupid. At this time, she really wanted to get a definite answer from Gu Changa. When there are no more obstacles in the upper realm, Gu Changa said softly. Jiang Chu softly nodded. A blush appeared on her face. She was a little absent-minded, but more than that, she was happy. She knew that Gu Changa had another hidden identity. Once that identity was exposed, he would definitely become the enemy of the entire world. Even if the human ancestors' palace, longevity Gu family, and many other orthodoxies stood behind him, it would be difficult for them to go against the entire upper realm. Then I'll wait for you. Jiang Chu looked at Gu Changa and said, she knew that with her current strength, it would be very difficult for her to help Gu Changa. However, one day in the future, she would definitely be able to help him, just like what Yu Minkong could do now. Trust me, that day won't be too far away. Gu Changa smiled and reached out to pull her into his arms. No words were spoken, but everything was said in silence. In the next few days, Gu Changa stayed in the human ancestors' palace and had a very leisurely time with Jiang Chu. Although many of the human ancestors' palace elders knew about Gu Changa's arrival, they didn't dare to ask too much. They could only pretend that they didn't know. Jiang Chu was the saintess and had a close relationship with Gu Changa, who in the huge human ancestors' palace dared to say that she wasn't. Even those ancient existences who were part of the foundation turned a blind eye to it. During this time, apart from accompanying Jiang Chu in cultivation and discussing the way, Gu Changa actually didn't idle around. He had placed the golden cauldron of destiny in the human ancestors' palace a long time ago. Now it had gathered and condensed a lot of power of faith. The power of faith was enough for him to make the dark heavenly court appear in the human world again. Moreover, Gu Changa had other plans. The upper realm was the hub of all the worlds in the heavens and was connected to hundreds of millions of lower realms. In those hundreds of millions of lower realms, there was no lack of existences similar to children of destiny. Therefore, he could try to absorb those children of destiny as his believers and strengthen the dark heavenly court's power. After all, along the way, many children of destiny had died at his hands. There were endless children of destiny from various sections. Gu Changa was also very familiar with these methods. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to find those children of destiny in the hundreds of millions of lower realms. Although it sounded crazy to gather believers from all over the heavens and lower realms, it was a piece of cake for Gu Changa now. Condensing a Dharma body of faith doesn't mean much to me now. The power of faith can be used as a medium. Through this medium, I can create something similar to a gold finger. Then, let's rain down a gold finger. In the silver palace, Gu Changa sat cross-legged. His eyes were deep, and many terrifying scenes were evolving in them. There was a vast aura surging around him, as if ancient worlds were rising and falling. He said softly with a thoughtful look in his eyes. A golden cauldron of destiny stood in the center. It was simple and majestic and ancient. Hundreds of millions of strands of silver power of faith gathered. This was the power of faith that the human ancestors' palace had absorbed and gathered over many eras. The amount was unimaginable, like a boundless ocean. With a thought from Gu Changa, an inexplicable power of laws appeared in the space in front of him. Then there seemed to be an invisible net that spread out between the heavens and the earth, crossing hundreds of millions of miles in an instant. At this moment, countless cultivators and living beings in the entire upper realm had a feeling in their hearts. It was as if there was a voice in the unseen world telling them to chant the true name of a certain supreme existence, and to find a certain world, they could obtain eternal life. Hundreds of millions of strands of silver light fell into the hundreds of millions of lower realms. It was like a silver rain of light. In those lower realms that were infinitely far away from the upper realms, there were youths who suddenly found mysterious ancient rings and broken jade bracelets. There were also people who mistakenly entered strange ponds and obtained ancient techniques. Chapter 674. The silver rain of light sprinkled down from the skies of the upper realm, along the space barrier, all the way to the vast lower realm. On this day, countless cultivators and living beings saw this vast and dazzling silver meteor shower. Some powerful cultivators tried to deduce its origin, but in the end, they suffered a great backlash and were extremely shocked. Many aristocratic families who were good at divination and deduction recorded this astronomical phenomenon. They felt that in a few years, the upper realm would once again experience a dazzling golden age. This dazzling silver meteor shower was the young seeds that were about to blossom in that golden age. It was different from the shock and horror of the various orthodoxies in the upper realm. In the many lower realms that were infinitely far away, because of this silver rain of light, there was an upheaval. Gu Changa sat cross-legged in the human ancestors' hall. His Dharma body was grand and simple, and his eyes were bright. Images of the evolution of the heavens appeared in his eyes. Buzz! Following his thoughts, many blurry images appeared in the void in front of him. These images were densely packed and uncountable. It was as if they were connected to the world of an unknown dimension, and there were billions of living beings and cultivators reflected in them. This is a Goldfinger rain specially bestowed upon them, but how many children of destiny can really reach that step? Guchanga said softly, there were billions of karmic threads in the unseen world, spreading from him to the myriad realms, although this Goldfinger rain was just a whim of his. However, at his current level, every move and thought would produce unimaginable 527 consequences. With the power of faith as a medium, he would shape the Goldfinger and guide the children of destiny in the myriad realms to become his believers. The consequences of this slight action could be said to be as unimaginable as landslides and tsunamis. However, Guchanga was looking forward to the arrival of that day. Jiang Chuchu was a little confused. She did not understand what Guchanga was doing. From her point of view, the images reflected seemed to come from the corners of the heavens. There was a bustling mortal world, a myriad of living beings, and an incomparable mix. She understood that this was the use of the power of faith. The human ancestors' hall's martial arts legacy could do the same, but it could not manifest the entire heavens like Guchanga. Not only did this require a huge amount of faith power as a medium, but it also required a terrifying amount of spiritual power to support it. An ordinary Tao attainment cultivator would most likely be far from being able to reach this level. Interesting. At this time, Guchanga's eyes suddenly reflected an image, and he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. What's wrong? Jiang Chuchu came up to him curiously and stared at the image in front of him. I saw an interesting young man. Maybe he will give me a big surprise in the future. Guchanga said with a smile, his eyes warm. The scene in front of him was very blurry and unclear. He could only see a faint outline. There was a heavy downpour between heaven and earth, making it look extremely gloomy. A young man in ragged clothes covered in blood was being pursued. His face was filled with anger and arrogance. Even though the road in front of him was a cliff, he still refused to give up and continued to fight with the people pursuing him. This should be some distant lower realm, right? Looking at these images, Jiang Chuchu frowned. She also noticed the young man that Guchanga was talking about, but just by looking at him, she couldn't see anything special about him. In fact, she even felt that he was a piece of trash. But since he was valued by Guchanga, there must be something extraordinary about him. Even an ant has the ambition to devour a dragon, let alone a mortal. Guchanga smiled. His gaze was fixed on the image, as if he could see through the boundless space and land on the young man. Ah, Chushua, I see you as my true love. Why are you treating me like this? Why don't you dare to come out and see me? At the top of the cliff, the young man was covered in blood. He let out a desperate and unwilling roar, like a desperate beast. The pursuers behind him surrounded him and blocked him at the edge of the cliff. A bone-chilling wind blew, bringing with it the smell of blood. It made people shiver in fear. Wang Qi, you really are a piece of trash. At this moment, you can't even tell the difference. I will gladly accept your Xian breakthrough pill. When I reach the divine sea realm, I will be able to join the Xianling sect and live with Senior Brother Song. I will always remember your kindness to me. Hearing these words, a slender girl with delicate features shook her head and slowly walked out from behind the pursuers. Beside her, there was a tall and elegant young man. He was looking at the young man with a cold and mocking expression. The two of them were wearing clean and luxurious clothes, but their expressions were extremely cold. They were like people from two different worlds compared to the embarrassed young man in front of them. When the young man named Wang Qi saw the two of them appear, his eyes were filled with hatred. He clenched his teeth and his entire body was shaking. He was tricked by the girl named Chu Shui in front of him. He went to the mayor's palace in the middle of the night and risked his life to steal the Xian breakthrough pill. He wanted to help the girl reach the divine sea realm. He thought that after doing this, he would win the girl's heart. However, when the girl saw the Xian breakthrough pill, she changed her mind. Not only did she want to steal the pill, she also wanted to kill him to prevent any future troubles. Because the Xian breakthrough pill was no small matter. The moment Wang Qi stole it, he was already noticed by the powerful cultivators of the mayor's palace. The girl only wanted him to be a scapegoat while she enjoyed the fruits of his labor alone. Her heart was extremely vicious. However, it was too late for Wang Qi to think it through. The powerful cultivators of the mayor's palace had already gone to the Wang family to ask for the pill. If I can survive this calamity, I will definitely kill you. Wang Qi stared at Chu Shui with hatred and murderous intent. He said word by word, "You'll have to survive first. Tonight, no one will be able to save you. The Wang family behind you will also be buried with you because of your actions." Chu Shui seemed to be infuriated by Wang Qi's gaze. Her originally cold and indifferent face also showed anger. She shouted with a sharp voice, "A piece of trash like you dares to like me? You are courting death. I can't let you die so easily. Men, destroy his dantian first, then kill him and throw him off the cliff." Following Chu Shui's order, many men of sacrifice stepped forward and grabbed the heavily injured Wang Qi. Under his resentful and furious gaze, he destroyed his dantian. Under the cliff, there was a vast fog. After being washed by the heavy rain, it appeared even darker and colder. Then, the young Wang Qi was directly thrown down. Without a sound, he was quickly swallowed by the vast darkness. After the young man Chu Shui and the others left, no one saw that a silver bolt of lightning suddenly shot down from the heavens and earth. It was incomparably dazzling, and like a silver dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws, it directly smashed into this precipice. Could this be that young man's fortuitous encounter? In the human ancestor's palace, Jiang Chu had been watching what was happening in the image. After seeing the silver lightning strike, she couldn't help but ask softly. She knew that Gu Chang'e wouldn't pay attention to such a person for no reason. Moreover, in her opinion, the young man who was supposed to be dead seemed to have a new life at this moment. Fortuitous encounter? Actually, that's right. But in my opinion, this should be called a cheat. Gu Chang'e smiled casually and looked away from the image. In fact, he had already predicted what was going to happen next. The young Wang Qi was at the bottom of the cliff, and mysterious lightning entered his body. His broken dantian was repaired, and he obtained a mysterious heavenly skill. Then he killed the young Chu Shui and took revenge. This was the script of a son of destiny. However, in order not to affect his plan, Gu Chang'e injected a lot of information about the dark heavenly court into the silver lightning. Once the young Wang Qi woke up, he would understand everything. In this vast heavens, all the sons of destiny would become his chess pieces. When Jiang Chu heard this, she nodded, not fully understanding. She felt that Gu Chang'e seemed to have a deeper meaning. However, this was not something that she should consider. The next son of destiny, Gu Chang'e then looked at the other images. There were actually many sons of destiny, like Wang Qi. They were born with the destiny of a world and could stir up thousands of storms. Moreover, a great world would not only give birth to one son of destiny. To Gu Chang'e, this was not only his chess piece, but also a good tool for him to harvest destiny. After staying in the human ancestor's palace for almost a month, Gu Chang'e finally left. Although Jiang Chu was very reluctant to leave, she didn't insist on staying. To her, she was already very satisfied that Gu Chang'e took a month to accompany her despite his busy schedule. She didn't want to ask for more. After leaving the human ancestor's palace, Gu Chang'e originally planned to go to the Peach Village to see his cheap disciple Yao Yao. However, considering that Gu Xian'er's whereabouts were unknown, it wasn't very appropriate for him to go to the Peach Village, so he gave up. Chapter 675. After Gu Chang'e left the human ancestor palace, he did not go to the Peach Village. nor did he return to the Gu family. Instead, he went to the headquarters of the Spring Breeze Jasper Tower to find Bai Lian-er, who had broken through the Supreme Realm, and gave her some instructions. Until now, the Spring Breeze Jasper Tower had not completely eliminated the two veteran assassin organizations, Hell and Futu, in terms of assassination missions. Therefore, he had to do something about it. However, Hell and Futu were very well hidden, and the contact between their assassins was also very strange. If he did not find their contact address, it would be very difficult to find them. Besides, the headquarters of these two forces were said to be hidden in a certain lower realm, and they had avoided the pursuit of many enemies for countless years. Even the immortal forces and the everlasting families were very wary of them. When Hell and Futu were at their peak, the number of people who had died in their hands was not small. Gu Changa felt that there was no lack of immortals in these two forces. With the current strength of the Spring Breeze Jasper Tower, if they really went head-to-head with them, only death would await them. The rapid rise of the Spring Breeze Jasper Tower had made it a thorn in the side of Hell and Futu. During this period of time, they had been thinking of all kinds of ways to find their headquarters and destroy them. Although the business alliance of 10,000 Daos has been providing information to the Spring Breeze Jasper Tower, which greatly increased the success rate of the assassination, Hell and Futu are very deep and cannot be underestimated. Many of our people have been assassinated and died in the mission. Because of them, I have lost many young seeds. Bai Lian-er was wearing a long black dress, and her face was enchanting. Her skin was white and delicate, and her skin was lustrous. She stood in front of Gu Changa, and there was a bit of anger in her words. As long as we find where Hell and Futu are, it is not difficult to destroy them. But the difficult part is to find their headquarters. Gu Changa put down his cup, and there was a look of contemplation in his eyes. After all, he was the real master behind the Spring Breeze Jasper Tower. Hell and Futu were in his way, so he naturally had to destroy them. I have already sent people to investigate the location of their headquarters, but there is still no clue. Bai Lian-er was also having a headache about this. Her strength was still a far cry from the true Lord of Hell and Buddha Lord. Therefore, even if they found traces of him, it would be difficult to do anything. They could only report these matters to Gu Changa and let Gu Changa think of a solution. It's not unreasonable for Hell and Buddha to be able to hide for so many years, but I don't believe they can hide for an entire lifetime. Gu Changa shook his head and planned to ask Yin Mei to pay more attention. In addition, Ada and many Dao attainment puppets were sent out by him to investigate the contact points of the two forces together with Bai Lian-er's subordinates. Then he sent people to find Bai Lian-er's junior brother and father, Bai Kuin, to have them divine the location of the immortal path. Gu Changa did not have the slightest clue about the immortal path, so he could only try his luck. The territory of the upper realm was extremely vast and boundless. It was as if countless ancient worlds and star regions overlapped with each other. Even the most powerful cultivators would not be able to reach the other side of the upper realm. They would not be able to cross this vast territory even if they spent their entire lives. Therefore, no one knew what was in the depths of the upper realm and the outermost regions. For ordinary cultivators, it would be difficult for them to leave the star region they were born in. If it weren't for the teleportation arrays built in ancient times between the major star regions, the time it took to cross the star regions would be the lifetime of many cultivators. At the same time, in the territory of the Dao Immortals Alliance, Songxian Star Region, an incomparably majestic ancient worship with dazzling brilliance and flowing divine talismans was like a terrifying demonic mountain crushing the sky. It carried many goods and crossed the starry sky. This was the cargo ship of the Dao Immortals Alliance. During this time, many of the cultivation resources that the Dao Immortals Alliance had enshrined and worshipped. The Dao Immortals Alliance was the absolute ruler of the Songxian Star Region and the surrounding star regions. Its history spanned many eras. In ancient times, there was even an ancient existence called the Tsangshian who established the Tao Immortals Alliance here and ruled over all areas. This was a powerful force that had once produced a perfected immortal. Its foundation was unfathomable. Even ordinary, imperishable Tao Immortals were not willing to provoke it. Moreover, the Tao Immortals Alliance was deeply rooted and intertwined. They were dependent on many ancient families and sections. A slight move in one part would affect the whole situation. At this moment, in the northwest direction of this ancient worship was a cluster of pavilions, palaces, and pagodas. Divine light shone brightly and dazzlingly. It was incomparably grand and majestic. A tall young man in a blue robe was walking over, surrounded by a group of young cultivators. His face was elegant and clean, and his eyes were clear. From time to time, there would be wisps of golden light flashing in them. Even his hair had a hazy radiance falling down. His entire person exuded a transcendent aura. He was one with heaven and earth, natural with Tao. His state of mind was peaceful. Even his walking and breathing seemed to carry some kind of special Tao rhythm. Many of the older generation around him could not help but feel a little shocked when they saw this blue-robed man. Their expressions changed slightly and then they retreated. As the Taoist of the Tao Immortals Alliance, Lan Yifei kept a low profile in front of them. However, in this azure immortal starfield, there was no one who did not know of him. He rarely made a move, but every time he did it was extraordinary. Some time ago, someone even saw him enter an abandoned starfield and subdue a quasi-supreme ferocious beast as his mount. One had to know that among the current younger generation, apart from Gu Changa, the strongest person with the cultivation base was only at the Supreme Saint realm. Moreover, there were those ancient freaks with special bloodlines that had been sealed since ancient times. Among the current generation of prodigies, there were not many who had the strength of a Supreme Saint. Lan Yifei's physique was very special and mysterious. Almost no one knew about it. They only knew that he seemed to be able to borrow the power of all things in heaven and earth. It could be said that he was invincible. Even when facing a powerful enemy that he could not fight, he could think of a way to escape unscathed. It's said that the Taoist is in charge of escorting the goods of the Tao Immortals Alliance this time. I wonder what's in the goods that the sect is so concerned about. On the ancient worship, a cultivator from the Tao Immortal Alliance couldn't help but whisper when he saw Lan Yifei leading his junior brothers and sisters. Begging for fresh flowers, not only were there people from the Tao Immortal Alliance on the ancient worship, but there were also other orthodoxies and many itinerant cultivators. However, other than the people from the Tao Immortal Alliance, no one else dared to approach the area responsible for escorting the goods on the battlefield. They could only guess in their hearts. It's all thanks to Senior Brother Lan. Otherwise, we definitely wouldn't have been able to discover such a large mining area. There's actually millions of years of profound jade immortal essence hidden within it. If we can successfully escort this batch of mysterious jade immortal essence back to the sect, we will have made a great contribution. At that time, we will definitely be praised by the elders and the sect master. Lan Yifei and the others walked towards the depths of the ancient worship. One of the many junior brothers and sisters beside him couldn't help but reveal a smile when they heard the discussions in the distance. They seemed extremely excited. When the others heard this, their bodies trembled and their eyes revealed joy. After all, the profound jade immortal essence was an immortal treasure that could only be born in profound jade. Even if it was only a drop, it could help a cultivator to cleanse his marrow and bones and increase his cultivation greatly. Even many of the older generation existences would fight for a drop of profound jade immortal essence. This great contribution doesn't belong to me alone. If it wasn't for the help of my junior brothers and sisters, I wouldn't have found the location of the profound jade immortal essence. Lan Yifei shook his head lightly and smiled in an extremely humble manner. He looked extremely aloof. Even when he walked, there was an indescribable Tao rhyme that made it difficult for others to ignore his existence. Senior Brother Lan is really too humble. If it wasn't for you holding back the ferocious beast guarding that mining area, how could we have gone in deep? If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid we would have been buried in the mouth of that ferocious beast. However, everyone didn't agree with Lan Yifei's words. Their words were full of admiration and some fear. Lan Yifei still shook his head lightly when he heard this, and he seemed to be rather indifferent and didn't take this matter to heart. After that, he bid farewell to everyone and walked towards the courtyard he usually cultivated in. This area was filled with pavilions and halls, and it was similar to a small city. Even if he was a Tao disciple of the Tao Immortal Alliance, his residence seemed to be extremely simple, and it was only decorated with a few bamboos. Who is it? However, right at the instant Lan Yifei returned to his courtyard. His brows suddenly knit together slightly, and then he asked this question without batting an eyelid. At the same time, an indescribable fluctuation of magic energy arose from his body, and then strands of the laws of the heavens and the earth surged and seeped into every single corner in the surroundings. In merely an instant, it seemed like boundless talisman markings were interweaved here, and large expanses of order surged, while terrifying killing intent filled the surroundings. As expected of the true Tao physique, you were born in harmony with the Tao and fused into one with the heavens and the earth. Your perception is shocking. I was almost killed by you when you pursued me that day. Did you ever think that I would be able to escape death? A calm and indifferent voice resounded. It didn't differentiate between a man and woman, and it was even to the extent that others were unable to distinguish its direction. It's you? The inheritor of the devil technique? Lan Yifei seemed to be slightly surprised when he heard this voice, and his brows raised before he shook his head and said, "No, it's you. But you aren't the inheritor of the devil technique. Who exactly is the true inheritor of the devil technique? He wouldn't be so weak like you." Chapter 676. Tell me, who are you? Or are you just a pawn used by the true inheritor of the demonic arts to deceive others? Even if you survived, you're no match for me now. You were able to escape back then, so do you think you'll be so lucky today? In the quiet courtyard, Lan Yifei stood with his hands behind his back and spoke lightly. His whole body seemed to be surging with endless light. He was extremely confident. He did not turn around, but there was a faint smile on his face as if he knew that the person was no match for him. As a true body of Dao Yuan, this extremely mysterious physique had only appeared a few times in the upper realm since ancient times. He indeed had such confidence. This physique was naturally compatible with the path. When one was born, the true vitality of Tao was born in the body and could absorb the power of all things in the world. As long as one's spirit was not destroyed, one's magical power would not be exhausted. It could be said to be endless and invincible. Even if he faced an opponent who was far stronger than him, he had the means to protect himself and escape. He was not worried about dying. Previously, he did not know what happened, but the news of him possessing a true body of Dao Yuan was accidentally leaked. Then, when he was out on a trip, he was ambushed by the inheritor of the demonic arts. Originally, because of the many rumors, Lan Yifei was extremely afraid of the inheritor of the demonic arts. He knew that his origin was very rare and precious. If word got out, he was bound to be coveted by the inheritor of the demonic arts. Therefore, when he was ambushed by the inheritor of the demonic arts, he was prepared to fight to the death. However, he did not expect that he had greatly overestimated the strength of the inheritor of the demonic arts who came to ambush him. His opponent's cultivation base was even lower than his by a large margin. In the face of such an opponent, Lan Yifei did not dare to be too relaxed. After all, a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. Who among the younger generation in the upper realm would not be afraid of the inheritor of the demonic arts? However, in the battle that followed, he realized that this so-called inheritor of the demonic arts was not as scary as the rumors said. Although the opponent's methods were tricky and unpredictable, it was not to the point where he could easily defeat the younger generation. After all, in Lan Yifei's opinion, the inheritor of the demonic arts was the only one who had escaped with his life from Gu Changa many times. How could such a person be simple, in the vast upper realm, who had the confidence to escape unscathed from Gu Changa and leave their lives behind? But the inheritors of the demonic arts had done it. Just thinking about it made his scalp go numb and his hair stand on end. However, he soon realized that he was wrong again. This inheritor of demonic arts who dared to attack him seemed to realize that the situation was not right and began to retreat, intending to escape. Lan Yifei understood that it was because he had been too low-key and had never displayed his strength in the outside world that the inheritor of the demonic arts had underestimated him. Therefore, he chased after him without hesitation. What happened next was no surprise. After a round of battle, this inheritor of demonic arts who had stirred up the winds and clouds of the upper realm was no match for him. He fled all the way and was almost killed by him. In the end, he still managed to escape to the outskirts of the Devil Mountains territory. He was afraid of the ferocious, red-clothed female devil, so he decided to give up. After the incident, Lan Yifei returned to the sect. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. He felt that the inheritor of the demonic arts who had attacked him was only a fake or an impostor. If it was the true inheritor of the demonic arts, he would have been killed long ago. After all, in front of the true inheritor of the demonic arts, no matter what kind of physique one had, they were all prey. Since ancient times, there had never been a situation where the so-called prey could escape from the hunter's hands. Although Lan Yifei was confident in his strength, it did not mean that he was blindly arrogant. All these years of low-key cultivation, he had not made a name for himself in the outside world because of this reason. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that he must have accidentally stumbled upon a shocking secret. He hadn't told anyone about this matter, not even the elders or his master. Until today, the inheritor of the demonic arts who he thought was a fake had appeared again and was planning to take revenge on him. This made Lan Yifei feel that it was ridiculous. However, he wanted to know if the true inheritor of the demonic arts was hiding behind him. Who was the true inheritor of the demonic arts? You're so confident that I can't kill you this time? That I can't take your origin? A cold and calm voice sounded. It was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman, only revealing a dense, murderous intent that made one shudder. In the courtyard, it was extremely quiet and secluded. A small bridge murmured, rockery and pavilions were arranged in picturesque disorder. If it were not for the shocking murderous intent, this place would be exceptionally elegant. Returning to his thoughts, Lan Yifei turned around calmly and looked toward the source of the voice. Then you can give it a try. I want to know how much progress you've made in these few months. However, I want to know who you are even more, he said indifferently, appearing extremely calm and natural. He had already set up an inescapable net here, connecting heaven and earth with divine patterns, linking the rules and order, and sealing the heaven and earth. Even a fly would not be able to escape. The other party was so bold and fearless to break in like this, which made him feel that it was ridiculous and stupid. Who I am is not important. What's important is that you're going to die today. The voice in the dark was still cold and emotionless, as if it did not contain the slightest emotion. After that, a terrifying black gale swept up bursts of runes of the great path and flew toward Lan Yifei. This was a shocking murderous intent that contained the terrifying sound of the great path, which was enough to shatter a cultivator's spiritual soul and annihilate all tangible things. However, Lan Yifei seemed to have sensed this murderous intent long ago and raised his eyebrows. Then brilliance rushed out from under his feet and condensed into a thick mountain of runes, blocking the shocking murderous intent. As the true body of Taoist Yuan, he was born to be one with the great path, standing under heaven and earth. He was the favorite of heaven and earth. His mana was endless, enough to suppress everything. He could feel that the other party's strength had greatly improved compared to a few months ago. It was very likely that the other party had been instructed by an expert during the period when he was injured. However, if the other party wanted to defeat him, he was still too naive. "You're no match for me. Tell me who the real inheritor of the demonic arts is, and I may consider letting you go and keeping you alive." Lan Yifei said lightly. Su Chinga, who had not shown herself in the dark, frowned when she heard this. She felt that the situation was still very tricky. She thought that after this period of time in the Demon Mountain, after being instructed by the ancestor of the demonic arts, the red-robed woman, Emo-chan Hongi, her cultivation had improved a lot. Then, she could come and take Lan Yifei's origin to take revenge for being hunted down. However, Lan Yifei's strength was still very strong. It seemed that she was not the only one who was improving. In today's upper realm, almost every younger generation was thinking of all kinds of ways to catch up with that person. The real inheritor of the demonic arts? Even you think that I'm a fake? Su Chinga said coldly. Thinking of this period of time, she had been fooled and deceived by Gu Changa and was under his control without knowing it. She could not help but have some hostility and hatred in her eyes. She knew that her hatred for Gu Changa was more or less influenced by Chan Hongi. If Chan Hongi did not tell her, she was afraid that until today, she would still be in the dark about Gu Changa, thinking that she was the real inheritor of the demonic arts, and he was the leader of the righteous path, the current leader of the upper realm. His celestial brilliance was as bright as the sun in the sky, and his brilliance covered all eternity. The deeper her love was, the deeper her hatred after knowing the truth. After she left the Demon Mountain, she once thought of looking for Gu Changa and asking him all these. However, Su Chinga was more afraid of seeing Gu Changa's cold and ruthless eyes after he tore off his gentle disguise. Back then, he was the one who brought her up from the lower realm, allowing her to gradually understand this world. To put it bluntly, if it was not for Gu Changa, she would not be who she was today. Gu Changa had single-handedly created her today. The person who once gave her infinite hope and warmth, after taking off his mask of hypocrisy, left behind only endless indifference and cruelty. Oh, it seems that until now you've also realized that you're a fake inheritor of the demonic arts? If that's the case, you've been taking the blame for me all this time? Lan Yifei seemed to find this extremely funny. His eyes were full of undisguised mockery and ridicule. Su Chinga's eyes turned cold. There's no point in saying more. Today, I'll definitely take your origin. Seeing that Su Chinga, who was hiding in the dark, was about to continue her attack, Lan Yifei's expression turned cold as well. He said, "You don't know what's good for you. Do you really think that your little strength is comparable to the true inheritor of the demonic arts? You want to kill me? Just you?" Su Chinga's face turned colder as his words poked at her sore spot. She clenched her fists, and a terrifying aura of hostility lingered around her. She knew that after she merged with another soul, her state of mind was no longer as calm and peaceful as before. Usually, many things would trigger an unimaginable murderous aura in her heart. It seems that you're just a pitiful chess piece. You don't know who the true inheritor of the demonic arts is. Lan Yifei shook his head and then sneered. Su Chinga suddenly fell silent. She could not refute this, although it was too late for her to understand now. What Lan Yifei said was an indisputable fact. In Gu Changa's eyes, she might be such a chess piece. I know who he is. Su Chinga's expression returned to calmness and indifference. She was still hiding in the dark as she spoke. You know. Lan Yifei was stunned. Then he seemed to be in disbelief. He asked in a low voice, "How can I believe you?" Not only him, perhaps everyone in the upper realm now wanted to know who the true inheritor of the demonic arts was. For a moment, there was a kind of unconcealable excitement in his heart. Perhaps after seeing Su Chinga's means, he had a clearer understanding of his own strength. I've been unknown for 20 years. Once I appear, the world will know. If the true inheritor of the demonic arts is exposed by my hands, then all my years of keeping a low profile and forbearance will be useless. Lan Yifei's eyes lit up. He was quite excited and thought of many things at once. Of course I know. To me, he's my enemy. Su Qingge said lightly and put forward her request. I know you want to know who he is too, so let's make a deal. I'll tell you everything you want to know, and you'll collect the origin of physique for me as the Taoist of the Taoist Alliance. Hearing this, Lan Yifei sneered and seemed to be quite disdainful. You're really fearless. If I want to know these things, I can just search your soul after killing you. Why do I need to make a deal with you? He was not stupid. Once the fact that he collected the origin was exposed, the Taoist Alliance would not be able to protect him. 0, 2, since I dare to show myself here, I'm not worried that you can kill me. If you don't agree, then I'll add another condition. I'll tell you everything I know about the immortal devouring demonic technique. Su Qingge did not seem to be surprised by Lan Yifei's reaction. Her lips curled into a sneer as she continued, speaking lightly. Since Gu Chang'e used her as a chess piece, why couldn't she learn from Gu Chang'e and use others as chess pieces? Hearing this, even with Lan Yifei's state of mind, he suddenly fell silent at this moment. He frowned and seemed to be struggling. Although the orthodoxies of various forces in the upper realm hated the inheritors of demonic techniques and could not wait to completely obliterate them. However, if the inheritance of demonic techniques fell into his hands, who would not be tempted? Su Qingge looked at his expression. She was not surprised and did not speak. The courtyard fell into a dead silence for a moment. It seemed that the silence lasted for a full incense's time before Lan Yifei's expression returned to normal. Okay, I promise you. He agreed. Something like a wildfire was burning and spreading in the depths of his eyes, but it soon calmed down. He was calm and confident. Looking at him like this, Su Qingge sneered in her heart and called him an idiot, but her expression did not change. Even if Lan Yifei knew that Gu Chang'e was the true inheritor of demonic techniques, what use would it be? Would he dare to question or investigate further? The outcome would be nothing more than cultivating demonic techniques and attracting Gu Chang'e's attention. Then he would become the new scapegoat. Chapter 677. Su Qingge was not surprised that Lan Yifei agreed to her condition. In the face of this taboo devil technique, even those ancient existences would be envious. It was impossible for them to wait. After all, Lan Yifei was only a young man. Even if he appeared indifferent and confident, it was impossible to hide his ambition. The taboo devil technique was terrifying enough to make the entire upper realm afraid. How could he hold back? This is the first half of the taboo devil technique. I can pass it to you first. When the time is right, I will naturally pass the second half to you. You can rest assured. Su Qingge said faintly. She waved her hand, and a drizzling black light flew towards Lan Yifei like a seed. Seeing this, Lan Yifei's eyes flashed. He did not completely believe it. After carefully looking at the seed, he nodded. He was worried that Su Qingge had done something to the black seed. But it seemed that Su Qingge was quite sincere and did not want to harm him. So he was slightly relieved. After closing his eyes and absorbing the black seed, Lan Yifei's whole body shook. He suddenly had a feeling of enlightenment, as if he had opened the door to 17 new worlds, which made his mood quite excited. Then, who is the real inheritor of the taboo devil technique? But he did not forget this matter and asked again. The real inheritor of the taboo devil technique was his goal. Lan Yifei even had a feeling that perhaps Su Qingge herself did not have the complete taboo devil technique. Hearing his words, Su Qingge glanced at Lan Yifei with disdain. She said lightly, "You are too greedy. Today, I have given you this scripture, which is enough. I will tell you the identity of the inheritor of the taboo devil technique sooner or later." Hearing this, Lan Yifei did not ask any more questions. After all, he had to show his sincerity. Okay, since you want the source, I know a place where you can devour it. East of the Azure Immortal Sky domain is the 100-realm battlefield. Almost every day, heaven's prides from various worlds come here to fight. Maybe you can enter it. Lan Yifei's eyes moved slightly. He took out an ancient token with the words Tao Immortal on it and handed it to Su Qingge. The 100 Realms battlefield was a general term. In fact, it involved countless realms, not just the 100 Realms. Some of those worlds were affiliated to the various orthodoxies of the upper worlds. Their territories were equally vast, and many geniuses were born there. There were even some who were extremely powerful. And the 100 Realms battlefield was a place where the geniuses of various realms could fight for the qualifications to enter the upper realms orthodoxy. If one could stand out in the 100 Realms battlefield, not only would they be valued by the upper realms orthodoxies, they would also be accepted into the sect. They could even bring glory to the sects and families behind them, like carps leaping over the dragon gate, rising to the heavens in one fell swoop. Therefore, even if the 100 Realms battlefield was incomparably cruel, there were countless geniuses who died in it. But every day, there would be cultivators from the lower realms passing through the trans-realm teleportation array and going there to fight and temper themselves. Moreover, there were many opportunities in the 100 Realms battlefield. There were stone steels left behind by ancient experts, as well as lost scriptures, emperor's runes, immortal techniques. Even the successors of immortal orthodoxies from the upper realms have fallen in the 100 Realms battlefield. They were no match for the terrifying geniuses there. After all, every once in a while, unimaginable geniuses would be born from the lower realms. These geniuses would carry the destiny of the entire realm with irresistible force. If the rest of you want to enter the 100 Realms battlefield, you'll have to go through the 4 directions suppressing cities investigation. But this is my identity token. You can enter with this token. Nobody will investigate your origin. Seeing Su Qingge's puzzled expression, Lan Yifei faintly smiled and explained. He wasn't stupid. He didn't directly help Su Qingge find the source of the geniuses. After all, that would leave traces behind, which would be disadvantageous to him. All right. Su Qingge thought for a moment and then agreed. She accepted the token and then quickly disappeared. She knew that this token had Lan Yifei's spiritual sense imprint. It could track her whereabouts. Therefore, after leaving the courtyard, she wrapped the token with her magic power and sealed it in her storage ring. The 100 Realms battlefield was very far from here. Even if she traversed the major transmission formations, it would still take her nearly a month. She wanted to enter the threshold of the Great Sage realm the next time she saw Gu Changge. At least, then, she would be qualified to stand in front of Gu Changge and ask him about the things that happened in the past few years. Half a year later, he will marry his fiancée Yu Mingkong. Su Qingge took a deep breath and calmed her mind. She actually heard some rumors. The ancestor of the devil arts, red-clothed witch Emo Chanhongi, might take action at the wedding. As for whether she would destroy the wedding or participate in the ceremony, she didn't know. In the courtyard, Lan Yifei was aware of Su Qingge's actions. He wasn't surprised, but he didn't have time to think about it. Right now, he just wanted to study the second half of the taboo devil art. Everything else would be put aside for the time being. The black seed contained a very mysterious cultivation method. It involved so much that it subverted his imagination and cognition. But Lan Yifei felt that as long as he studied it thoroughly, his strength would increase greatly. He would be able to sweep through the younger generation. At the same time, in the headquarters of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion, Gu Changge asked Bai Lian, Er's father, Bai Kuan, and his disciple, Bai Hua, to deduce the location of the immortal path. The result was as expected. Both of them suffered a lot of backlash, especially Bai Kuan. He was already blind, and now he almost died. If it wasn't for Gu Changge's help at the critical moment and blurred the heavenly mystery for him and cut off his Tao injury, he would have died tragically on the spot. As for Bai Hua, because of his celestial body, he suffered a lot less backlash. But the deduction was also very vague. It only said that the immortal path was related to a tree. As for what kind of tree it was, he didn't know. He directly fainted with blood flowing out of his mouth and nose. When he woke up, it was already 7 days later. Guchanga guessed that the tree might be the epic tree. When the epic Tao fruit matured, the heaven and earth rules would be complete, and the immortal path would appear. As for where the immortal path would appear, that was another unknown. The matter of the immortal path can be put aside for the time being, but I have to deal with hell and Buddha first. Guchanga considered another matter. Before leaving the upper realm, he had to annex and annihilate this force. Otherwise, it would affect his subsequent plans. Finally, he thought of Baihua. As a celestial body, he had the ability to pry into the heavenly mystery. If he could combine it with his Hong Meng purple mirror, he might be able to deduce something and find the hiding place of hell and Buddha.